Alright, so welcome back to more Beacon Pines. What are we doing? Oh yeah, chapter 6. What was this called? Through Thick and Thin, because we've fallen out with Rolo. There you are! Luca. Rolo wanted me to tell you something. What is it?
Roxy rolled her eyes, shaking her head.
That's a lot louder than I thought it would be. I'm going to turn you down.
Mum, 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 mum.
That'll do.
Mum, 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 mum.
Yeah. I was not expecting it to be so loud. A space adventure, though you needn't buy it. If ye be brave, go somewhere quiet. Roxy, I don't... It's a riddle, Luca. My goofy little brother wants you to find him.
Luca looked down and kicked at the dirt.
That's much nicer on the ears. I just really was not expecting it to blow up my eardrums. Look, I know you two had a fight. The only thing more annoying than my little brother is my little brother without his best friend. So I'm doing him this one favour. Now I need one favour from you. Whatever it is that went down between you two, squash it. Alright. A space adventure, though you needn't buy it. If ye be brave, go somewhere quiet. Space... Oh! I think?
The road leading to Beacon Pines was long and uninspiring. A sort of natural barrier for the...
That is something I've already read. Try to think. Oh, look at everything! Oh, who's this guy going to be then? Last time it was Pete, and then Todd. I think it was Todd. Joey! How goes the beetle hunt? Pretty rotten. I haven't seen so much as a what? And it's not just the beetles. This morning I couldn't find any critters at all. It's like everything that buzzes or skitters just packed up and left. I'm sure they're out there somewhere. Maybe all the commotion of the festival just spooked them. Yeah, maybe that's it. Who are you then? Welcome to our festival. Don't forget to come back later for Mr. Kerr's speech. And the Perennial Harvest Festival sign reveal. You don't want to miss it. Oh yeah, Solomon and... I don't actually remember what the other character's called. They did something to the sign. I'm curious. Unique New York, unique New York. Huh? Oh, don't mind me. Just warming up for my big ceremony speech.
Mr. Kerr pointed to his grinning mouth.
Gotta limber up the old gab box. You nervous? Oh, heavens no. I'll break a leg. Give me the gift of the... Oh, what? Oh, another one. I can't talk to you. Fine. I don't know who Perennial Harvest thinks they're impressing with this ridiculous festival. Totally. The town's still falling apart, the weather's still cruddy, and this season's harvest looks like it's going to be worse than last year's. You said it. No amount of corporate pandering is going to change any of that. Exactly. But the lemonade at the drink stand over there does look pretty tasty. Fits. I'm still going to be mad at them. I'd just rather be mad while sipping some delicious lemonade is all. I mean, yeah, I can look cool. I still don't know what the point in doing this is. Yeah, I can just wander around town and lean on things. Right, Iggy. Every single time. Yep. What the hell was that? Oh, it's a firework. Wait for it. Hey, Mocha. How's it going? Unexplained sound once again noted. Oh my god. Like clockwork. What a bunch of drones. I am starting to think that they are not quite so, I want to say human, but they're not human because they're animals. Sentient, I guess.
Staring into the distance with a wistful look.
Hey, Jeff. Everything alright? Huh? Yeah, everything's fine. I mean, used to be fine. Just ain't right these days, you know? I really do, actually.
Jeff turned to Luca with a furrowed brow, then gave an understanding nod.
You do, don't you? Oh, nice.
moment, the two now shared that same wistful gaze.
So we're just gonna stare at the river. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, am I just waiting for something to happen? I wasn't too sure. Oh my god, they're everywhere. A most welcoming of welcomes. Would you like to share your thoughts? We always strive to improve. Nope. Yeah, get stuffed. This is the first time I've seen this many smiling faces since the fowl harvest. Oh, don't worry about it. I had my doubts about perennial harvest, but I must admit, they do put on a nice party. Is she still reading that book? I can't even talk to her. Piper, you're actually taking a break from studying. I wanted to see what all the festival fuss is about. But I can't help but notice. You still brought your backpack full of books. Luca, backpacks can carry a lot more than just books. True, true. So what you got in there? Books. Course. I was able to return the perennial harvest safety suit you borrowed. I don't think anyone noticed. A safety suit. Good. Now will you tell me what you needed it for? It was a favour for an enemy of my enemy. This isn't going to harm Mr. Kerr, is it? All you need to know is that it's for the good of the family. There's something sinister with the, oh crap, can't remember what they're called. Sharper family? No, the Valentines. That's it. Valentines. I got a question for you. What do you think this whole festival is for? The way I figure it, Perennial Harvest is trying to win over the town. Like a bribe, but with balloons. Cynical. I like where your head's at. That's what I assumed at first too, until I eavesdropped on a couple of gossipy clipboards. What if I told you that this whole thing is really a special shindig for a super secret guest of honour? Special guest? Who? I haven't dug that deep yet, but whoever it is PH. Or whoever it is, PH thinks they're a big deal. Our Perennial Harvest. I was like, who the hell's PH? Diner's closed. Darn. I wanted to go in there for the memory. Yeah, and all the food I could serve people. Look, did you know that Beacon Pines is actually unincorporated? A lot of people don't know that. Oh yeah, I didn't know. What's that mean? It means most public works are handled internally. We do all the pipelines, the water treatment, building regulations. That's great. Census taking. Emergency services. Hey, Luca. So you're done at the library? Huh? Oh, nothing.
Finn looked away suspiciously.
Nothing at all. The library it is, I guess. So is that the second part of the riddle? What was the riddle? Shoot. How do I forget the buttons. No, wrong button. Aha, there we go. A space adventure, though you needn't buy it if you be brave, go somewhere quiet. Oh. So yeah, the first one would be the library. Because this is a space adventure that you don't need to buy because it's in the library, you can read it. What the hell is this? The library, somewhere quiet. Oh, that's the first part of the riddle. I keep pressing the wrong bloody button. Yeah, if you be brave, go somewhere quiet. Oh. I see. Hey, look out.
Kado's eyes lit with excitement.
I still find Kado real creepy. It's because of the hands. You don't have flippers, or whatever the hell they're called. Flaps. I've been expecting you. Bravo on deciphering the first riddle. Ah, it is the first one. Okay. The first. Oh, you didn't think that was all, did you? He really does go all out, doesn't he?
Kado straightened up and cleared his throat as if preparing to sing.
On planet Farple, you may take issue. When the fifth king dies, you'll need a tissue.
Kado stared at Luca eagerly.
Get it? Want me to tell you? No, it's okay. Let me figure it out. Alright, when you find it, bring it here to be verified. And if you decide you want a hint, the offer still stands. On planet Farple, you may take issue. When the 5th king dies, you'll need a tissue. Okay.
Luca grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 4, from the shelf.
Oh, you'll take an issue. Once you've got a book, you can either bring it here to me, or just grab a different one.
Luca grabbed Natural Photography, volume 5, from the shelf.
Oh, crap. Well, this one's issue 4.
Luca grabbed
Issue 4. See, what do we have here? The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 4. I'm afraid that's not the correct book. The words I emphasized are important. On planet Farple, you may take issue. When the 5th... So, issue 5th. 5th issue. Oh!
Luca grabbed
Oh, I
The
see.
Adventures of
Oops.
Luca grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic,
Damn
issue
it.
number 5, from the shelf.
So, issue 5. Of Hank Atomic? Oh, you found it.
Removed his book from the desk
Course.
and replaced it with Luca's, turning on the lamp. As he slid the book under the purple light, 2 words glowed. The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue 5.
Ooh.
Luca clicked his tongue with recognition.
Rolo cipher pen. He used to write secret messages everywhere with that. And only I had the special flashlight needed to reveal it. But I lost it. Well, apparently he traded Jeff for this purple light bulb. Parted with his entire Halloween candy stash. Oh, Rolo. Now let's see here.
Kato began flipping through the pages, stopping when he hit a glowing word.
Ooh. Get away with such a
He
grift.
continued flipping.
Only found in... Grub. Cart.
Reaching the end of the
What?
book, Kato looked up.
That's it. Grift. In. Grub. Cart. Griff. Oh, grift in. Griffin. Griffin's grub cart. You must mean I got a Griffin snack stand. Oh, brilliant. I guess you're off then. Good luck on the rest of your scavenger hunt. Thanks, Kato. Cardo. So Griffin's the one who asked if we were finished at the library, I guess. Easy. Oops, I keep wanting to jump. Whee! Hi, Griffin. Hey, Griffin. Did Rolo
Before
come?
Luca could finish his sentence, Griffin handed him a corn dog.
Oh, that's it. Bought and paid for. Enjoy. Thought it was supposed to be a riddle or
Luca
something.
shrugged, taking a sizable bite out of the corn dog.
Yuck. It's cold. Oh yeah, that's been sitting here for a while. Rolo wanted me to be sure to give you that one specifically. Well, that's just...
Luca tongued at his cheeks, feeling something rough between his teeth.
Yeah.
He reached into his mouth and pulled out a slip of paper.
What? Oh, come
He shook
on.
off the bits of corn dog to read the slip.
A pickup when you need some pep. Near the fountain, up the step.
Luca finished off the remainder of the
Oh.
corn dog.
I think. It's the... not the cafe, the behind the coffee shop. This is getting to be a whole thing. Near the fountain, up the step. I think. What on earth? Yeah, over here. Oh, pick up when you need a pep. Which should, yeah, like coffee. Oops. Ah. There we go. There you are, Luca. There's no way I'm actually doing this. It's way below my pay grade. Oh, come on, you big stiff. Let the kids have some fun. Fine. But Rolo owes me one.
He waved his hands around sarcastically as he began.
What takes flight but has no wings? Your final task, a friendship brings. See, that wasn't so hard. Hard? Yeah, like my muzzle. Ugh, I feel cheapened somehow. I think it's sweet. What takes flight but has no wings? Your final task, a friendship brings. Good luck, Luca. What gains flight but has no wings? Oh! A balloon. Hey. Did you find the comic book? Yep. And you got the corn dog? Yeah. Well then. I know it doesn't make up for what I said. But here, you've earned this.
Rollo
A balloon.
sheepishly handed Luca the balloons.
Yeah! And now I fly away. Flight. That's not flying, that's running. Thanks. You didn't have to go to all this trouble. I'm sorry I got so mad. Dang it, you were supposed to let me apologise first. Oh, sorry. Now you've apologised twice before me. Just let me do this. Look, I'm really sorry. With everything that's happened with your mum and all, I've always wanted to be there for you. And be a good friend, you know? When you said you were hanging out with someone else, I kind of freaked out. Hello. Still my turn. I felt like if you needed some new friend to help you, it meant that I wasn't good enough. But that was selfish and wrong. I was wrong. I'm so sorry, Luca. Okay, apology over. You can talk now.
Luca threw himself at Rollo, hugging him as tightly as he could.
Aw. Rollo, I don't deserve you. I don't deserve you either. That's why we deserve each other. So, what else do you want to do today? We could snoop around to try to find some info about your mom. Snoop where? We could probably sneak into Perennial Harvest HQ while everyone's at the festival. Aren't you curious about all the stuff those clipboards write down? What if we get caught? I think I've had enough excitement for 1 week. Let's just make the rest of the day about us. Really? Yeah, the rest of the world can wait one more day. You know, I have been wanting to get some work done on the MCDC at Mission Control. The aim is a bit unpredictable. That sounds perfect. Nice. So, Mission Control, we go. Just carrying these balloons with me, I guess. My god, there's some wavy-ass balloons. They'll never know. Do you say anything new? Did you hear? After Mr. Kerr gives his big speech, they're gonna have the first annual biggest catch competition. As long as a boot qualifies as a catch, I'm a shoo-in. Good luck. Can I do this? I can't, because I'm holding balloons. Done. Alright. I keep forgetting I have to press A to get rid of the mission thing. Oh, I almost forgot. I ran into your gran this morning. She asked me to give you this.
Rollo handed Luca an unopened letter.
I'll wait for you inside if you want to read it now. A letter?
Luca, some things are going to happen that might be difficult for you to understand. If I am honest, I hardly understand them myself.
Oh.
But whatever happens, I need you to know that I love you. None of this is fair to you. You have already lost so much.
Well, this sounds oddly... not sinister, but not good.
We both have. I wish there was a simpler way forward. But if there is, I haven't thought of it. God knows I've tried. Everything I've done, I did for you. I hope someday you can accept that. Love, Gran.
I love you too, Gran.
Folded the paper into his pocket and headed up the ladder.
What's about to happen then? What's up with the letter? Anything you want to talk about? Maybe later. Sure, whenever you want. We're just gonna chill here, I guess. You know, you really didn't have to go to all that trouble to apologise. I know, but we've been looking forward to the festival for weeks. And after I ruined everything with my big mouth, this was the best way to make sure you still had a good time without me. Hello.
I was at a loss for words, but that was fine. Words aren't always necessary.
The festival seemed nice. Was it nice? We can still go. Nah, this is fine. Well, there's always next year.
Sadly, this was untrue.
Oh.
A distant rumble shook the treehouse.
Whoa. Uh-huh. What was that? Oh man, we missed the
It was
fireworks.
not fireworks.
Oh.
It was something the boys couldn't possibly comprehend. Something as old and cruel as time itself.
Well, that does sound sinister. Whoa. Whoa! It was the Ice Age.
A shockwave of cold tore through the room. A bitter, unfathomable chill. Before they could react, it encased them in ice.
Well, at least it was quick.
2 boys, reunited by friendship, only to be cruelly separated by a malevolence beyond reason. And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene.
That can't be the end.
Silent treehouse turned statuary. In a town brought low by its secrets sits a pair of friends, alone, together, for the rest of time. The end. No, that can't be the ending. It simply can't.
I won't accept this.
I won't accept it, and I hope you won't either.
Oh, of course not, I want more game.
There are more endings, more possibilities. I can feel it. We are just going to have to sort through them all until we find the one that fits.
Yeah, find every ending. I can break. What else can I do? Struggle, change, chill, shit, tickle, strange, fight or flight, shame. Ooh! Fight or flight. And decided they only had one option, or the one option they had left. Flight.
Luca drew himself up and decided he squinted down
What?
the barrel of the mission control
Oh.
defense cannon, aiming it through an
Oops.
opening in the dense tree branches.
I didn't realise she was reading the top bit. I was like, I was lucky to try and find what she was reading, but I couldn't. Oops. So where are we shooting it? Oh, we're just gonna run away.
He looked up with surprise
Oh.
as it struck true and taut.
Wow, I can't believe that worked. Hey, Mr. Kerr. We'd love to hear your thoughts, but I'm afraid we have places to be. Come on, Iggy. See you, jerks. Fine. We know where that leads them. This way. We'll take the tunnels. Oh.
Luca and Iggy winced as they sprinted through the thicket. The branches clawed at them, reluctant to give passage. After what felt like a marathon, Luca stopped in his tracks as they reached the clearing. What the? That was all he was able to say before Iggy slammed into his back. The boys tumbled down a steep decline and crashed with a wheezing thud on a surface as hard as ice.
That does make me wonder, actually. Was the ice manufactured, or was that just something that happens?
In fact, it was ice.
It's manufactured.
Chapter 5. Signs.
Ooh.
They stood silently, catching their breath. The sky was like sapphire. With each breath, a plume of steam escaped from Luca's lungs. Let's keep moving. Luca pulled Iggy to his feet as they gazed across a snowy terrain.
Where the hell are we? What? That was actually pretty badass. I think we lost him. Are we up in the mountains? I don't think so. If anything, we went downhill. Then what's up with the Winter Wonderland? All I know is, there's no going back the way we came. Let's see if we can get our bearings. Follow me. Find a way home. What is this?
A disc of smooth metal was lightly covered in snow. 2 faint seams were visible along the surface.
A manhole cover. If it is, I've never seen one like it. Huh. I don't know where the hell we are, and why it's winter. It's very odd. Luca, are you there?
Luca had almost forgotten the walkie-talkie he was carrying.
It's that bozo Kerr. I hope nothing bad happened to you out in those
Luca
woods.
looked at Iggy with hesitation.
No need to be
With a
rude.
resigned sigh, Luca responded.
It seems like the only dangerous thing in the woods is you. He speaks. The young man of the hour. Now, how in tarnation did you end up with one of our radios? Just lucky, I guess. Why howdy, you Van Horns are full of surprises, aren't you? You knew my parents. Never had the honour of meeting your father, but your mum sure was a handful.
Luca winced. winced,
Uh-oh.
shoving the walkie-talkie back into his pocket.
We gotta keep moving. I agree. Alright, can't go over there. It's just trying to find, like, which way can I go? Can I go over here? I can't even go that way either. Okay. Can I go down? Oh. Oh. What's the readout? Sitting just above 258 Kelvin. Wait a minute. That's just a bit... That's down a bit from last time. Should we report this to Mr. Kerr? Still within safe ranges. It may be spreading, but it's under control for now. Even a small nudge in the equilibrium could cause a cascade. Dude, relax. Just a few more sites to hit before we can punch out. Let's get this over with. That's the Beacon Pines sign. Hey, Amy. How's it going? So this was Luca's house. And this led to the tree. And his father's grave. Now it all makes sense. What's all this? Hard to say with all the snow. I think it's a town sign. I can almost make out letters under there. It probably says Beacon Pines. What town could this even be? There couldn't be another town this deep into Wheat Wood. I'm looking at evidence to the contrary. Hey, Ant. How's it going? Let's figure out what we're dealing with here. Step 1. Snow's gonna go. I'll see what I can do. How am I supposed to get rid of it? Oh. I could pick something up. What can I pick up? Oh, snow. Aha! It is Beacon Pines.
The boys stared in disbelief at the sign that now clearly read, "Welcome to Beacon Pines."
I'm so confused. How? Also, thanks. I'm glad to be back to streaming. This doesn't make any sense. We're in Beacon Pines? How's that possible? We've ran away from town. How did we get back here? The cats say hi. Hi, cats. I guess we got turned around. Where did all this snow come from? Well, it's been colder than normal lately. There's a pretty big difference between sweater weather and this Arctic hellscape. The puddle we fought at before. It was cold too. Maybe all of it leads to one source. You think it's related? What the hell is going on? We're gonna get you some answers. Let's keep moving. Yeah, the puddle I shoved you into and turned you into a mutant. Oh, this is all different. What?
The fencing glistened. Each chain link encapsulated with a translucent layer of ice.
Looks like they put the stuff they put up around Wheat Wood. The stuff who put up? I don't know. Perennial harvest, probably. It's all frozen.
Looking down at the frozen stream, Luca could faintly see a school of minnows encased in the ice.
Whatever happened here, it happened fast. The fish didn't even have time to run. Or, you know, swim run. I'm curious if this is just what happened when the game or the book ended and we got frozen, but we somehow avoided it.
The crunching of footsteps trailing Luca went hush.
Well, this was Perennial HQ, but it looks a lot different.
He looked back to see Iggy's face twisted with confusion.
Everyone's gone. What? There's nothing here but more snow. There must be an explanation for all this. We have to keep looking. You can look all you want. I quit. Iggy, we have to keep going. You don't get it, do you? This isn't one of your pathetic Hank Atomic stories. We aren't going to save the day. We aren't even going to save ourselves. My face is mangled. The town is destroyed. And everyone we've ever known is gone. You don't know that. But you can't just quit. Do whatever you want. I'm done. No! Iggy, it's gonna be okay.
Luca peered upward at the darkening sky. He let out a long, foggy breath. Faintly, Iggy began to cry. Seeing Iggy in such a pathetic state gave Luca a sense of compassion, and more than a little guilt.
I mean, yeah, we did cause this. We pushed him into the pool and turned him into a mutant, but if he wasn't a douchebag, it wouldn't have happened, so... It is getting pretty late, I think. Probably not a great idea to stumble around in the dark anyway.
Luca allowed himself to collapse next to Iggy.
You would die. Let's just rest for a bit.
Boys huddled together for
And freeze to
warmth
death.
and
Oh,
comfort.
there we go.
If not for exhaustion, their minds would be racing, trying to make sense of the events of the day. As it was, all they had energy for was to sit in silence, numb.
A nap. I really want an explanation as to what the hell happened. We're in like an alternate universe. The way the snow covered everything over. It's kind of calming. Yeah. I haven't had time to say it, but thanks. Huh? For getting us away from those creeps. I sort of froze up back there. Iggy, I should be the one apologising. This all happened because I lost my temper. No, that's bull hoggy. First of all, you didn't know what that gunk would do. You didn't, right? Of course not. And second, stop with this baloney about losing your temper. But I did lose my
Iggy
temper.
motioned sarcastically to his half-deformed face.
Obviously. But that's exactly what you should have done. I was being a horse's arse. You were supposed to have a horse's arse in response. You were supposed to be a horse's arse in response, not have one. That doesn't even make sense. That's how it works. Iggy, I'm having a hard time following. Who's supposed to have the horse's arse? You wanted me to fight you? Of course. Jeez, you goody-goody types take forever to understand this very basic point. Why would you go around saying cruel things trying to get into
He
fights?
shrugged.
Because it's fun. It's something to do. You're an asshole because you're bored. Sometimes I just feel empty. You wouldn't understand. You and Rollo are always having a blast together, laughing and calling that dinky little treehouse mission control.
He now wept openly.
He's just jealous. Perfect little Luca Van Horn, with his perfect little life. My life is not perfect. Everybody in town likes you. Not everybody. Hell, that new girl hasn't even unpacked yet, and even she already likes you. You have Tish.
He wiped his nose with a sleeve.
I love Tish. Tish is great. But she ain't exactly the world's greatest conversationalist, you know? Yep.
Luca gave a warm chuckle.
I mean, the only thing she says is yep. So, you know. I get that impression.
He cleared his throat as he wiped his eyes.
Huh, it must be raining out here. Definitely.
He lurched into a wide yawn.
We should probably try to get some sleep. Yeah. Let's lay low for now. Tomorrow we'll get to the bottom of all this.
Eyelids began to slowly drift shut.
I can't imagine sleeping out in the open would be wise. We had the two people in the hazmat suits just wandering about. Luca? Yeah? I always did want to see the inside of your dinky little treehouse. What do you think? Not bad. I'll give you the full tour when we get back. You know what?
That's all Luca could whisper before succumbing to sleep.
Oh.
Iggy snuggled in some more.
When it comes to worst days of my entire life, this one wasn't half bad. Besides getting turned into a mutant.
The house smelled of warm bread.
The house?
Luca was playing with toy blocks on the living room rug. He looked up to see his parents on the couch.
Oh, it's a dream. God.
His mother held his father's head in her lap. She idly stroked his hair while humming a song. A voice behind Luca spoke. "This is how you remember them, huh?" Luca turned to see his own face. The doppelganger from his dreams, still clad in a yellow hazmat suit, still carrying a look of disdain behind empty eyes.
I don't know why I call this a dream. It's clearly a nightmare. Yeah, this has been like the third one now, where it starts off fine and then turns sinister.
Aww, look at this perfectly cozy scene. You know it wasn't really like this. The figure picked up a toy block and inspected it. It's amazing the facades that one can build given the right materials. Not that I blame us. These are a child's child's memories, all warm and fuzzy. You don't remember, do you? Lucas snatched the block from the figure's yellow-gloved hand. Remember what? The doppelganger pointed to the couch. The last day we saw him alive. The day he chose to abandon us.
Is that about the father?
Luca turned to look at his father,
Yep.
still lounging on the couch. That's not true. He didn't abandon us. The doppelganger waved his hand dismissively. Everything is true here. It's just a matter of what we choose to see. Well, let me show you. The world flickered and pulsed. Luca was sitting next to his bed, listening to his heartbeat with one of his dad's stethoscopes. The doppelganger limped into the room. No, we both know that's not how this went. He grabbed Luca's hand and guided the stethoscope to the floor. Luca heard muffled shouting, brought close by the stethoscope. It was his parents, fighting.
Oh.
Do you remember what we did next? Luca gave a slow nod and crept down the hall to peek through the banister. He could see the outline of his mother at the bottom of the stairs. Damn it, Walt. We can't afford to get involved in this. She was scared. His father stepped forward. What am I supposed to do? Just watch? There's a sickness in this town, and we both know who's behind it. I swore an oath to help people.
I'm gonna assume it's probably the Valentines. If it's still, like, present. I don't know, the Valentines just seem sinister. Like, they own a mansion that's completely walled off from everyone else.
I won't turn my back on them. Luca's mother grabbed Walt. She was crying, pleading. I can't lose you. Walt calmly removed Eleanor's hand from his shoulder. What's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong. I could never live with myself if I let Sharper get away with this.
Oh, it is Valentine.
Eleanor raised her voice. Spare me your bullshit platitudes.
Whoa!
What about our son? Luca flinched, dropping the stethoscope down the stairs.
Oh.
Walt turned with a panicked smile. Luca, is that you, buddy?
Oh no.
With tears in his eyes, Luca descended the stairs. Mom? Dad? What's going on? Walt dropped to a knee to meet Luca eye to eye. Nothing, buckaroo. Your mom and I just got a little overexcited is all. Luca placed the stethoscope against his father's chest. His heart was racing. It sounded like you were going somewhere? Walt gently removed the device from Luca's ears. Listen to me, Luca. I have some business to take care of. I'll be back in time to tuck you in.
And that was when he was never seen again.
Luca hugged his father tightly. Promise? Walt stood up and walked to the door. He glanced over his shoulder. I promise. With a wink and a grin, he put on his hat and strode out into the evening sun.
And was never seen again. Who the hell is this?
A figure approached soundlessly from the foggy snowfall.
Would against Kato, but it has a tail. I don't know what that is.
It stood
Who that
above
is.
them, lingering in contemplation. Slowly raising one hand above Iggy, it snapped out 2 brisk raps on his head.
Knock,
From a
knock.
deep slumber, Iggy sprang up defensively.
Who the hell? It's a mouse. And it's a rat. Get your hands off
Was
me.
the calming presence or the recognition that he was not in danger? Iggy felt his clenched fists lower.
What do you think you're
Luca
doing?
looked up, gradually remembering his whereabouts. The figure exhaled a cloud of warm vapor.
You two certainly have caused a lot of commotion. What's that supposed to mean? Take it easy, Iggy. We were asleep minding our own business. You're the one running around knocking on people's heads. I'm sorry if I hurt you, Iggy. You didn't hurt nobody. Anybody. Huh? Oh, I see. You think you're better than me, you...
When it came to complete strangers, Iggy had trouble cobbling together an insult.
You big-headed, scarfy-necked furball. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's lower the temperature a bit here. Interesting choice of words. I mean, let's all just calm down. Who are you? A friend? An observer? A hitchhiker on the infinite expanse of possibility? Great, how about a name? If you must call me something, you can call me Net.
Iggy huffed with gratification.
How about you make like a gnat and buzz off? Very well.
Nat began to turn away indifferently.
Wait, do you live here? You might say that. So you know where we are. You might also say that. Look, pal, we just want to find a safe way out of here. You gonna help us or not? Before knowing how to leave, one must know where they are. Alright, that does it. Luca, I don't know about you, but I'm getting out of here, one way or another.
Iggy turned sharply and began to stomp off.
Enough with the riddles. Iggy, wait up.
Realizing he'd worn their patience then, Nat relented.
Very well, I suppose this isn't the time for metaphors. I'll show you how to get back
Luca
home.
and Iggy turned around with hope in their eyes.
Come here.
Nat took a deep breath in.
Close your eyes.
Nat exhaled slowly, then snapped his fingers.
Okay, open them.
For a brief moment, Luca and Iggy let themselves believe that some great magic was about to unfold, until they opened their eyes and found themselves in the exact same place, cold and disheartened.
This is your home. This is Beacon Pines. Look, Nat, we don't know how we got here. Maybe we stumbled through some time travel gate in Wheatwood, or we teleported to some alternate universe. Or this is all just some cruel experiment by Kerr and his goons. But this is not our home. You're inching closer to the truth. Alas, the reality is much less fanciful. Just give it to us straight. So be it. As I said, this is Beacon Pines. The original true Beacon Pines. Oh. So what's the Beacon Pines we know as home then? You both grew up here. But the town you've called your home for the past several years is a replica. A remarkable achievement of engineering, to be fair, but a replica nonetheless. It's impossible. It's too much work. You'd need a whole town to replicate a whole town. Indeed. To pull off such a feat would require immense labour power. That which could be moved would be moved. That which could not would require a precise duplicate. We would have noticed. Someone would have noticed. You'd think so. Unless the auditing was impeccable. A mind-numbing attention to detail. As for the innumerable trivialities which complete the tapestry, well, you can leave that to this miraculous thing we call a brain. It has a real aversion to discontinuity, a revulsion even. The brain has a wonderful way of smoothing out the rough edges, keeping us sane. I think she was supposed to narrate that, but Luca and Iggy looked around uncomfortably. So you're saying that someone made an entire new town and moved us all and no one noticed? Precisely. But why? Why is the one question that can never be answered with certainty. The best one can do is to uncover.
Nat narrowed his eyes, furrowed his brow, and uttered,
The sauce. Why'd you say the sauce like that? Why
Luca
indeed?
began to laugh uncomfortably.
So ridiculous. There's no way they could.
Down at his feet, his eyes darted back and forth in contemplation. With a sudden pain, a thought struck him.
If this really is home.
He sprinted off into the pale distance. As Iggy turned to follow, Nat called out,
Iggy, it's not too late to turn back. Simply head west, through Wheatwood. Huh? What the hell?
Chapter 6. The Source.
Ah.
Nat expressed his sympathy with a shrug and sauntered off as unassumingly as he'd arrived. He'd given Luca and Iggy what they needed, and nothing more. As Luca sprinted across the snow, the events of the past few days became clearer, pieces to a larger puzzle.
Fair enough.
Rollo said he was underground somewhere, captured. Mr. Kerr tried to cover it up with lies.
Yeah, we're saying he was fine.
The Clipworths were hell-bent on capturing Iggy. It all seemed to point to perennial harvest. But right now, there was one thing that Luca needed to know. Luca stopped dead in his tracks. The tree was gone, uprooted and moved, leaving a raw gash in the earth. He dropped to his knees and dug wildly at the cold snow. His numb hands hit something hard, a headstone. A dry whisper escaped Luca's lips.
Dad, you're here. All this time I thought I was visiting you, but you've been here, alone, in the snow. I'm so sorry. They ruined your favourite spot in the world. Our favourite spot in the world. What do I do?
There was no reply, just snow-covered silence.
So it is fake. What? Why'd you give me the slip like that? What if I couldn't find you, you jerk?
He finally noticed the tears welling in Luca's eyes and the snow-covered grave.
Oh. Iggy, they stole his tree, Iggy. Yikes.
Suddenly, they heard the crunch of approaching footsteps in the snow.
It'll be Nat. We gotta hide. Oh, no it isn't. Oh boy. 259 Kelvin. Fall off distance is still good. Dude, did you hear me? I said 259. Sorry. You ever think about what we did here? We saved a whole town of people. Doesn't feel like it sometimes. What about everything we left behind? That's the grave of someone with a family. People who love them will never know the truth. The truth is
He bent down
overrated.
to scoop up a snowball and lobbed it playfully.
Hey, don't be such a downer, dude. We took this job to change the world. Yeah, come on. It's almost lunchtime. What the hell is that? Weirdo. Crab walking away. I am wondering, though, if that's why Luca's mother's disappeared. She's actually here. Here I thought I was a jerk. These dinguses are out here, literally dancing on
Luca
graves.
stuttered through heaving sobs.
I thought I was visiting him. I thought he was with me. Not gonna lie, that's a bad break. Here's some
Iggy gave
advice.
Luca a solid smack on the back of his head.
Thud. Hey, who's any of this helping? What? Sitting here in the snow crying like some pushover. Who are you helping? Iggy, look what they did. They lied to everyone. Blah blah blah. Luca Van Horn, you're a lot of things, but you ain't no pushover. What did I tell you before? When some jerk comes at you acting like a horse's arse, I just stand up for myself. Hell yeah. Karen and his merry little band of clipboards pulled off this switcheroo for a reason, right? Nat mentioned something about a
Luca wiped
sauce.
his eyes with a sleeve.
Whatever's at the source must be awfully valuable to perennial harvest. Sure would be a shame if something unfortunate were to happen to their precious sauce, wouldn't it? What do you have in mind? If it's small enough to steal, we snatch it. If it's too big to snatch, we smash it. What if it's too big to smash?
Iggy flashed a mischievous smile and cracked his knuckles.
I'm always up for a challenge. I'm gonna make this right, Dad, I promise. Let's do this. Locate the source. Oh god. It can get awful cold out there in those woods, Luca. Probably best you to stay put and conserve your energy. Help's on the way. Where's Rolo? Where's my mom? Did you kill her? Oh heavens no, do I seem like a killer to you?
Iggy and Luca shared a skeptical look.
Well, do I? Oh, shucks. Now that hurts my feelings. Screw that guy. But here we are. Was not expecting this to be the way... Oh, like, where it went. Yeah, for the Beacon Pines we know to be a replica. Wait a minute. If this is the original town, then that means...
Iggy darted behind a large pine and began digging furiously. He emerged holding a shoebox with a crude skull painted on its lid.
What's that? Long story. So a few years back I, came into possession of some premium grade fireworks. Not the wimpy firecracker stuff they give kids. The good stuff. So why did you bury it under a tree? That's a long part of the story. You and Rolo were doing chores at Rolo's chicken coop. Chicken coop. And you guys pissed me off for some reason or another.
Luca rolled his eyes with realization.
No, you didn't.
Iggy stifled a chuckle.
Yep. I just wanted to give you guys a little scare. But like I said, that's what the fire was. These were some primo fireworks, so I might have underestimated things. You blew up the chicken coop? I prefer to think of it as an incendiary redecoration. Sorry, but you should have seen the look on your faces. Rolo got grounded for months, which is why I needed to stash the evidence and lay low. So I buried him under that tree. But when I came back for him later, they were gone. I figured some grown-up found him and tossed him.
He triumphantly raised the shoebox.
Turns out, it wasn't the fireworks that got moved. It was us. Unbelievable. Oh, wow. This stuff look familiar to you? It looks like the barrel near the puddle I, shoved me into. Yeah. Do you think this is a game? Newsflash, boyo. You're not a hero. You're a little brat who is in way over his head. A hero is just someone who refuses to give up. Comics these days are rotting children's brains. Everyone thinks they're a spaceman superhero. I was always partial to Hank Atomic myself. Is that so? Do you really think you have a chance against us? You have no idea how powerful we are. Prepare for blast-off, loser. Haha. Yeah, get owned. So this must be the source then, the middle, where the town hall is. Whoa. I guess so. Everything's just terrible. Can I go in here? Crooked. Just like this whole stinking place. Oh. I got the crooked charm. Can I go anywhere else? No. It's so weird just how different everything is. I mean, everything looks familiar and the same, sort of. Just snowed over and broken down.
Luca and Iggy inched up to the edge of the hole with bewilderment in their eyes. Arctic air breathed out of the cavern in heaving gusts.
Echo! 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 Whoa. I can see why they wanted to move us all out of town now. But why would they dig a giant hole? I think this is it. The source. This is the source? It's a dang hole. How do we smash a hole? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Jump in! Oh, it's much more than that, my annoying little friend. Kerr! Where's Rolo? I wasn't lying before, he's safe. Well, safer than you two, at least. Drats, it's cold. You just had to drag me all the way out here, didn't you?
Mr. Kerr gazed down the abyss in contemplation.
It really is something, isn't it? What did you do to our town? What is all of this? Well, that's a doozy of a question. This is the source, where they collect the unrefined,
Kerr scratched the back of his head.
What do they call it? Honestly, boys, I don't understand any of this well enough to explain it. Fact of the matter is, I'm not paid to know. What do you mean you don't know? Ain't you in charge? Oh heavens no, my role is merely to flash a winning smile and manage various... complications. Complications like us. You are a smart boy.
His face contorted into a saccharine grin.
It really is nothing personal. For some reason I thought he was a meerkat, and I don't know why. I'm pretty sure he's a hyena. Some people are destined to strive for greatness, and others are simply obstacles along the way. Seems like you were destined to be a creepy lackey. The point is that we all play our part in life. Mine just happened to be a lead in the role of a lifetime, and you just happened to be extras, ready for your curtain call. We aren't giving up without a fight. Your smell's not going to be so winning after we're done with you. No, boys, there's no need for melodrama. It makes even a professional such as myself embarrassed for you. Let's change the mood a bit.
Kerr snapped his fingers.
And a bunch of clipboards just show up out of nowhere. Scene change. Uh-oh. I wasn't wrong. Oh dear. There, that's better. Deal with them.
Iggy turned to Luca with a sly glance.
Oh, the fireworks! Why are you smirking? Because I have a box full of fireworks and you don't.
Iggy waved the box into the air, threatening to drop it down the hole.
Stop. Let's not do something regrettable. Joke's on you. Regret is one of my specialties. Out of curiosity, what would happen if I threw these in your precious hole? Nothing. Nothing at all. You're a terrible liar. I'll have you know. I'm an exceptional liar. That's far
He
enough.
plucked a single bottle rocket from the box and held it up with reverence.
Stop, you fool. Call off your goons.
After a long pause, Mr. Kerr flung up his hand with frustration.
Very well. You can all head back for the night. It's been a long day. I'll handle these two from here.
Mr. Kerr sighed into the frigid air.
It's just us now, Iggy. You can put that down. What, like
With a
this?
nonchalant flick, Iggy tossed the firework into the hole.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh yeah, that's definitely, nothing would happen, nothing at all. Look at his face. Ooh. Whoa.
With a growl, Kerr leapt at Iggy, crashing through Luca.
Oh god. Oh no.
Iggy tried to twist away, but in the struggle they both tumbled over the side. Luca dove forward, bracing Iggy's hand just before it slipped. His grip was made precarious by the cold, wet snow. He could see Kerr further down, clinging to Iggy's coat.
You reckless child, what have you done? Luca, listen to me. Hold on tight and use the walkie-talkie to call them back. What channel do I use? It doesn't make a damn difference, so Ari's listening. If you do that, Clipballs will just haul us up and snag us both. The only way to get out of this is if Kerr's out of the picture. Just let go and save yourself. If he lets go, we both die. I don't want to die, but seeing the look on your face almost makes it worth it. Mr. Kerr, you've had a long life. Why don't you actually do something selfless and just let go?
Mr. Kerr gasped with insult.
Long life? I'll have you know, I can still play 25. You should have heard me sing the part of Phileas
With a
Young.
wild look in his eye, Mr. Kerr began to hum a proud melody.
Wow. Can you believe this guy? Hey, I learned hum. I unlocked the charm.
Luca's hand began to cramp. His voice began to crack.
Kerr, just let go. No can do. If you want to save your friend, you'll have to save me too. Luca, look at me. It's okay.
He felt Iggy loosen his grasp.
You aren't going to kill your friend like that, are you?
Every muscle in Luca's body burned.
I'm not his friend. Yes, you are. Nah, I'm just a no-good bully. Like you, Kerr. Iggy,
He
no.
felt his hand slipping.
Oh no! And I told you what you need to do with bullies. I can't. It's your only way out of this mess. Two birds with one stone. It makes sense for us to fall together. Wackadoos travel in packs.
Calm settled over Iggy's face.
Luca, let me do
Iggy's
this.
voice was colder than the bitter air billowing from the chasm.
Let me do the right thing for once. Oh! Turning point! I had no choice but to... Oh! Accept. We'll let him go.
Luca had no choice but to accept Iggy's request. With a quiet blink, Luca watched a teardrop sail down into the howling void. As his fingers slowly gave up, he met eyes with Iggy.
Good. No!
The two silhouettes were swallowed by darkness.
Oh god. Oh! Wait, surely doing this would alert the clipboards and the hazmats, would it not? Hell of a goodbye, Iggy. Oh, look who it is, it's Ned. Luca, you should really step back. What? Quickly. Whoa! Curious. Ah, but of course. Those fireworks of Iggy's must have been just the right amount of energy. We should get out of here before perennial harvest arrives. Not until you tell me what just happened. Your friend's sacrifice just saved this town. For a little while, anyway. How? Liquamine is a peculiar substance. It can change the relationship between matter and time itself. But doing so requires unfathomable energy. In a closed system, that energy can only come from its surroundings. A useful side product of this property being, by adding precisely the correct amount of energy to it, one can create a cryogenic cascade. So the gunk makes things cold and the fireworks made the whole freeze over. That's one way of putting it, yes. As dumb luck would have it, the fireworks weren't strong enough to generate a runaway reaction. I shouldn't think what would have happened in that
We have
case.
some idea what that would look like.
It'll take them a good while to safely break through and access the source again. If you know all this stuff, why haven't you been helping? I have been, in my way. Each one of us has our role to play. Iggy's role, it turns out, was to buy us precious time. Mine has been to observe and wait. Wait for what? You. Me? Why? What's my role?
A fierce twinkle flashed in Nat's eyes.
You are the protagonist. Luca Van Horn, you are going to save the world. Woo!
With a chuckle, Nat turned and walked west. Dumbfounded, Luca followed behind him, trudging through the snow. Every step taking him further away from everyone and everything he knew, and closer to destiny. To be continued in
Ooh!
Beacon Pines, Pines Harder.
Oh my god.
Revenge served cold. Second time's a charm?
Even she sounds confused.
Wait, that's
What?
it? This ends with a crummy cliffhanger just when it was getting good?
Beacon Pines 2, Pine Harder.
I was even starting to like Iggy. No way. I refuse to be associated with some never-ending parade of sequels. Let's go back and find something more definitive.
Oh. It's a whole thing. Hey! Iggy doesn't look like a mutant there. Oh, how nice. What are the other ones? Oh yeah, break and rumble. Weather. Oh, make a break. Wait, break for it? Break in the weather? I can't remember. I'll do this one again. See what happens if I refuse. Turn it down! It's probably gonna end in a game over.
Choice but to refuse Iggy's request. He tightened his grip and reached for the walkie-talkie in his pocket. A wild delight crept onto Mr. Kerr's face. That's a good lad. Now, radio for help. Iggy begged Luca with his eyes one last time, but Luca pressed the button and called out. We need help. Mr. Kerr is in danger. It wasn't long before they were once again surrounded by clipboards. Mr. Kerr sighed with relieved frustration. There you are. You really are a worthless lot, aren't you? Mirror, now.
What?
A clipboard dutifully produced an ornate ivory hand mirror, and Mr. Kerr began preening his tousled hair.
Oh my god, Billy.
Ah, that's better. Mr. Van Horn, I applaud your sharp thinking under duress. I'll put in a good word for you with the founder. Take it
Who?
away. A swarm of hands overpowered Luca. The last thing he saw before a cloth bag was pulled over his head was the defeated look on Iggy's face.
Oh, the end.
The end.
Oh my god. Nah.
I think this was one of those times where doing the right thing was the wrong thing.
Yep. Certainly seems like it. Son of a bitch. What other ones can I do? Oh, the only thing I can do is make a break for the weather. Goddamn. But the sky answered for him and the clouds began to break.
Luca
I
began
was just
to
gonna change.
respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to break, revealing patches of star-filled summer night.
Oh.
Moonlight filtered down, shimmering in the treetops.
So it doesn't storm and rain. So we actually get to go home. I see. Sure, you can meet Rollo. You're not going home? No, I promised Rollo I'd tell him
Luca
about...
stopped himself mid-sentence.
Promise you'd tell him what? Spit it out, bub. I'm with the Steves now. If there's a juicy secret, you've got to tell me. Okay. You can come to the treehouse and I'll tell you both what happened. Heck yeah. Okay.
Luca saw Beck skulking by the gate.
Yeah, see, look how ominous that looks. If they're not up to some shady stuff, then I don't know. I'll be surprised, to say the least. So you're telling me there's nothing mysterious or creepy about this place? It's mostly boring and empty. I refuse to believe that. Big spiked gate, looming mansion, rich reclusive owners. It even smells shady.
Beck grabbed the wrought iron bars and shook the gate.
Mark my words, you decadent nightmare house. You will reveal your secrets to me. Oh! What did you do? First of all, I told you so. Second, hide. She's with a hazmat. That's Heiress Valentine. Who's she talking to? Shh. I expect you to return that suit in working order. Of course. As long as everything proceeds as planned. There's nothing to worry about. The only thing I'm worried about is what's rightfully mine. If that means making some unsavory alliances, so be it. I couldn't agree more. There comes a time to suspend hostilities, or deal with our common threat. Now this is what I was talking
Beck's
about.
voice was an excited whisper.
Proper shady stuff. Someone in a suit like that tried to grab me yesterday. Seriously? Shh. You do understand that when this all inevitably fails, I will deny everything. I wouldn't expect any less of you. You just worry about your part in this and let me handle the rest. I can't wait to see the look on that Rube Kerr's face. Yes, the truth will come to light. I'm so surprised you're so comfortable with the potential collateral damage. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that change is painful. Wow, I was expecting shady, but that's just flat out supervillain talk. If you don't mind me asking, why? Why are you doing all of this?
The mysterious figure retracted their mask, hair pushing out from all corners.
It's the mayor. It's our grandmother! Family.
A chill ran down Luca's spine. His vision blurred. Beck stifled a sharp wince, and Luca looked down to see himself wrenching her hand.
An answer I can certainly respect.
Gran tousled her hair back under the face mask.
Just remember, keep everything nice and normal until the festival. I don't need lessons in rousing suspicion.
Gran gave Eris a curt nod and disappeared into the night.
Well, the plot thickens, it would appear. Uh-huh. Oh dear. Oh no.
Chapter 5. What big ears you have. Lucas sat shivering in the bushes, staring at his feet. After checking to make sure the coast was clear, Beck gave him a gentle tug on his sweater.
Poor guy, can't catch a break. His father dies, his mother goes missing, his grandmother's a supervillain. What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Why were you so scared of that old lady in the hazmat suit? That was my gran. That was your gran. Yeah. Okay, well, I'm sure it's a perfectly reasonable explanation for all of this. Let's just get to the treehouse and figure things out there. Lead the way. Oh my. What on earth? So is that the business his grandma was, like, talking about? Makes me wonder who the hell the person in the hazmat suit was. Like whether it's a character we actually know. It might have been his grandmother, who knows? The last time, there's nothing to worry about. Of course, we're not worried.
The clipboard finished writing with a scratchy flourish and looked up.
Just dotting our I's and crossing our T's. Well, maybe try minding your P's and Q's.
Mr. Nuncreed, arms crossed over his paunch, gave an exhausted sigh.
If there's anything you need knowing, you'll know it. Absolutely. If you'll just sign here, acknowledging everything is accurate, we'll be out of your hair in a flash. Ah, for the love of...
He snatched the pad and scribbled his name so hard the pen nearly snapped.
There. Now get out of here. And would you like my eternal soul as well?
The clipboards looked at each other for a moment, almost pondering the possibility. Then broke into laughter as they walked away.
Huh. So shady. Do 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 do. Do I dare want to talk to you? Sod it, why not? Hi, Mr. Nungreed. Look, let me give you some advice. The next time someone you don't know asks to hear your thoughts, give them a good hard bob right in the kisser. Ah, Gran tells me to just keep away from the clipboards. That's good, that's good. You're grown as a smart lady, Luca. Speaking of which, you better run along home now. Too dark out to be wandering on your own. I'm not on my own, though. I have a friend. So, suck it. I'm not forgetting that you shoved me in a phone booth and flushed me away. Oh, everything's all, like, packed up. It's strange. The answers you seek will be revealed to you in due time. The question is, the figure intoned, are you prepared to live with the truth? Is she never gonna stop reading? Another day, another dollar. See you tomorrow, Z. Have you noticed how all the perennial harvest folks order the same drink? Decaf cappuccino with extra foam. Why? I don't know. Just thought it's a little odd. Pretty weird for sure. Well, the customer's always right. See you bright and early tomorrow. I can't wait. How enthusiastic. Oh, the diner's shut. Done. Yeah, I am starting to think that the clipboards are all like clones or something. Can I speak to these two? Maybe I shouldn't, but, you know, why not?
William Kerr and Gus Valentine proudly surveyed the half-covered festival banner.
It's all coming together quite nicely. Couldn't have done it without you.
The mayor gave a half-hearted shrug.
I'm not so sure about that. Nonsense. That reminds me, I wasn't able to thank your sister for her contributions. Yeah, she has been indisposed as late. She doesn't much like me, does she? Oh no, that's not it at all. She's just been busy. Of course. Regardless, I would be forever grateful if you could pass my thanks on to her. The History Museum has a real air of import to the whole affair. And we couldn't very well celebrate the story of Beacon Pines without including the Valentines. My father was a great man. You darn tootin' he was.
Kerr locked his arm on Gus's shoulder.
But I mean the entire Valentine family. Present company included. Can I ask you something, Mr. Kerr? Call me William. Ask away. William, why are you doing all of this? Gosh, I've never felt one needed a compelling reason to throw a party. Not just the festival. All of this. There's gotta be 100 down on their luck towns out there. Why is Perennial Harvest so invested in helping Beacon Pines? You know what I love most about the agriculture business? Seeds. Seeds? Yep, little bundles of potential.
With a glimmer in his eye, Kerr gestured grandly toward the horizon.
You treat a seed right, nurture it, feed it, and it can grow into something truly special. You see potential here? Undoubtedly. The seed of greatness is already under our feet. All it needs is a little nudge. And the right leadership, of course. Oh. Good night, Mayor Valentine. Okay. Old Pickler's Pond. Can I fish? Oh. Oh, this is nice. Yeah, the treehouse is just a little further on from here. So what's your buddy Rolo like? He's... Rolo. Not particularly helpful. Sorry, I've just never thought about it. Lots of energy. He's funny even when he's not trying to be. Things have been tough for his family since the fall harvest. It's about damn time you tell me what this fall harvest thingy is. It's a kinda long story. Hit me with the highlights. Okay. There used to be a fertilizer company here called Valentine's. They were kind of a big deal. Ooh, big deal fertilizer. It was a big deal to us. Their stuff really worked, farmers loved it. So Valentine's grew and grew. Beacon Pines pretty much grew around it. Most everyone in town either worked for Sharper Valentine or used his fertilizer. Things were good. I'm sensing a big but. Around 6 years ago, Sharper Valentine suddenly died. And something changed. Changed how? Could have been a bad batch. Maybe it was in the water, or the air, or soil. Nobody knows. But all the crops died. And everyone blamed the Valentines. The foul harvest. Yeah. Valentine's fertilizer went out of business. Half the town lost their jobs. Sheesh. The next year the crops came back, but something was different. You plant a crop, you do everything right, and it's sort of a crapshoot what happens. And no one knows why. Nope. I take it, Roller's farm got the short end of the stick. Yep, for some reason their farm was hit harder than others. That sucks. Things have gotten better since Perennial Harvest came to town. The Beacon Pines Reborn Initiative. Yep, first thing they did was give the town a deep scrub. They even put us up in hotels, one town over for a week while they decontaminate the groundwater. Oh. We better get going. Yeah, I think when they put us up in hotels, that was for a specific reason. And not a good one. Oh my god, I have crooked.
Luca tied a bent nail onto the line.
Oh, what the hell is this gonna
All
fish
you
up?
have is a hammer.
This ain't gonna do much. I guess we'll see. Come on. Easy now. I must be nearly there with fishing everything. I would assume so. Hey, what the hell is that? It's a photo of you and Uncle Joseph. Let me see that. Huh. Look at those two young fools. How'd it end up at the bottom of the pond? Who can say? Some things are just hard to explain. I miss Uncle Joseph. How come he doesn't come fishing with us anymore? He's busy with his new job at the Valentine's. What's a new job got to do with him fishing with us? It's complicated. Like I said, some things are hard to explain. Is that everything? Oh, that's quite a haul. Feels like a good time to pack up. Oh, just a little bit longer. If things lasted forever, they might not feel as special, huh? I guess. I'll make you a deal, buckaroo. If you ever feel like you need to talk, about anything at all, you just say, let's go fishing, and I'll know what you mean. Like a secret password? Yeah, top secret. Neat. Aw. That's all the fish. Oh, that's all the fishing, I guess. No need to do that now. Rolo! It's about time. I was about to give up and go home. Who's the new kid? Name's Beck. You must be Rolo. I see my reputation precedes me. Welcome to Mission Control.
Waggled his head with pride.
You'll find we've spared no expense in construction. I've seen worse looking piles of junk. Thanks. Hey Luca, you know the security concern we talked about? Yeah. While I was waiting, I made some improvements. Let me lock this baby down for a little test infiltration. Can't be too safe these days. What on earth? Huh? What is happening? Stock sound effects. Oh. He goes all out, doesn't he? Always. Lavish. Was not expecting to get that. Okay. Alright. Kaboom! I'm a terrible shot. Oh, come on. Hi-ya! Oh my god, I'm terrible. Hooray! Oh no, I have to do multiple? Ah, Christ. That one was easier. Oh, it moves. Oh no. That was easy. The first one was harder. Where did you guys get all this junk in the first place? There's a guy in town named Jeff who trades us junk for snacks. Junk food for junk. Nice. Alright, here we go, I guess. So, pretty sweet security, right? It was imaginative, I'll give you that. Look, are we sure we can trust the new recruit? I'll vouch for her. Thanks, I guess. Okay, Luca, you promised to fill me in about the Valentine warehouse.
Luca sucked in a long breath.
So, like I said, there was someone there. What were they doing? I don't know, but the place was lit up and active. Maybe they were squatters. I don't think so. It seemed more organised. When the man pulled me in, I saw some sort of equipment running. A man pulled you in? Yeah, but I got away. You keep saying it was a man. They were wearing a mask, right? Yeah. Then it could have been a woman. How did you get away? I grabbed a rock. Or something, I broke their mask. They let go and I ran. Dang. That's intense. No wonder you freaked out when you saw your grandma. Yeah, that's the other part. On our way here, Beck and I saw Ares Valentine meeting with Gran, wearing some sort of the same sort of hazmat suit.
Let out a low whistle.
And they weren't there for idle chit-chat. It was a proper clandestine meetup. So let me get this straight. There's an operation in full swing at the Valentine warehouse. You were almost abducted by a strange man or woman in a protective suit. And then you saw your gran in the same suit talking to Heiress Valentine. Pretty much. I'm beginning to think this town is kinda awesome.
Luca shot back a look.
No offense. And so we can logically conclude aliens or alien zombies have infiltrated the town. And their leader is your gran and she tried to murder you. First of all, and for the last time, there are no aliens. Second, it couldn't be my gran at the warehouse. I broke that person's mask to get away. The mask Gran was wearing wasn't damaged. But she's definitely hiding something. Maybe. Your gran is weird, but she might be the most boring person in the universe. All she does is sit around all day making jam. What could she possibly have to hide? I don't know. We haven't talked much since she moved in. Moved in? Your gran isn't from here? No, she came a few months back to take care of me after his mom went missing. Did you know your gran before? Not really, no. It had been years since I'd seen her. How do we know it's actually our gran then? Luca, don't take this the wrong way. But are we sure your gran is on the up and up?
Luca gazed out the window.
I'm just saying. It sounds like strange stuff has been happening since she showed up. You could say the same thing about your family. But you're right. Luca, your gran is hiding something. And Pa always says, folks only bury stuff worth digging up. We need to investigate your house. Oh, it'll be the cupboard. If my gran really is hiding something, don't you think I would have noticed by now? No, because there's a cupboard you're not allowed in. That's kind of the whole point of hiding something. I guess you're right. Gran's been leaving the house for hours at a time this week. I'll call you two tomorrow when the coast is clear. We can start getting to the bottom of this. I'm always game for a good snoop. You can count me in. I'm waiting for the bigger twist that our grandmother's
6.
not actually our grandmother.
Secret lair.
Oh, is that a secret layer or a secret lair?
Summer forged ahead, but the nights only seemed to grow colder. Luca walked home slowly under the pale starlight, cautious to avoid any more surprises lurking in the shadows. Reaching home, he slipped quietly into bed, half dreading what they might discover the next day.
I think it's going to be in that cupboard at the top of the stairs. Because I remember one of the first things that Luca says when you try to interact with the door is that his grandmother doesn't let him open it for some reason. It also might be something in the parents' room, who knows? Okay. What time is it? Oh, we're wearing oh, look at that t-shirt. How cute. Oh, I put on the sweater again. Lame. I want to wear the t-shirt. Yeah, this cupboard. Ah, shut up. Whee! Jump down the stairs. Ah, here they are. Fuck you, me. Detective Rollo. Rollo, what on earth is that? He's Sherlock Holmes. That ridiculous thing on your head. Oh, it's called a hat. Oh, this? It helps me think. You're gonna need a lot more of those. Joke all you want. We'll see who's laughing when I crack this case wide open. The coast is clear? Yep, whatever she's been up to this week, it's been keeping her busy most of the day. Very well. The game is afoot.
Luca and Beck rolled their eyes as Rollo strutted across the room.
Did you bring a magnifying glass too? If I were a gran, where would I hide my deepest, darkest secrets? Perhaps where you might least expect it. Under here.
Rollo flung open the cabinet with confidence.
Aha!
He coughed
I knew he was going to say that.
A veil of dust hit his face.
It's so stereotypical, I love it. I think it's safe to assume anything that dusty isn't what we're looking for. Or maybe that's what she wants you to think. Then again, any good detectives knows not to trust their first hunch. First hunches are for suckers. Eureka! She's lit a fire in order to burn the evidence. She keeps that fire going every day, Rollo. Drat, I may already be too late. Just think of the mounds of documents lost to ash. Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there. Can we just think for a moment? There we go. Luca, is there anywhere Gran doesn't want you to go? Yeah, the closet upstairs. So maybe it stands to reason that we should check there first. No dice, it's locked. Well, well, well. Look who stands to reason now. And I have no idea where the key is. If it really is important, then she probably keeps it with her. Anywhere else? She has her berry bushes. Who has ever thought, I'm going to take this important thing and hook it in a bush? True. Anything else? Maybe something out the ordinary. Well, she is always worried I'll break her fancy dishware in the kitchen. But it doesn't matter anyway, I can't reach the
A
latch.
look of realization crept onto Luca's face.
Aha!
All three kids snapped to glance at each other, then sprinted in turn toward the kitchen.
Oh my god. Proper zoom in. Meow. Alright, Rollo. This is your time to shine. Ah, yes. You've called upon my expert detective skills. And now I shall proceed with...
Before he could finish, Luca scrambled up Rollo's back.
Oh. Hey, this isn't my idea of detective work. Every squad needs a good lockpick. And every good lockpick needs a sturdy head to sit on. This is beneath my standing. Stop complaining and hold still. Got it. Poof.
The three crowded around the hutch to peer in.
Is that where the key is?
With the glass doors opened, a perfect porcelain display gleamed in front of them. Their eyes searched for anything amiss. But the only distinct feature was its impeccability.
It's a little too perfect. Well, that was anticlimactic. Yeah. I don't really know what we were expecting. Like, oh hey! Let me just yank on this random teacup
As
and...
Beth pulled on one of
Is
the
that gonna
teacups,
move?
It slanted forward with a hollow click.
Is there something hidden behind it?
To rustle and slide under its own power.
Oh my god. Seems like your gran has been doing some remodeling. Dude, only two types of people have secret lairs. Evil masterminds and superheroes. So which one do we think she is? We're about to find out. Oh my. Okay, so more of an unhinged conspiracist vibe. Oh wow. Yeah, this cannot be good. We need to look around before jumping to conclusions. What do we have here? Barrels marked caution, explosive. And jam jars? That's enough jam to feed the whole town. Wait. Are the jam jars not actually jam? What kind of incendiary jam is your gran making? She wouldn't have had me walk around town delivering bombs, right? Only one way to find out.
Casually spun open a lid and dipped his finger in the jam.
Oh god.
He
Huckleberries.
smacked his lips.
A hint of brown sugar. And... ink. What?
Rollo plunged his hand in the jar, fishing out a soggy slip of paper.
Aha!
Rollo offered the slimy note to Luca and licked his fingers clean.
It's addressed to Mrs. Fratelli. A grand jam jar. Wait. Jamgram. It says last night he used the disguise ARS provided to scout the location. The timing window should be possible. Operation Sparkplug is a go. Oh man, are they doing a heist? Whatever it is, it can't be good. So more a bombshell than a bomb, am I right? You're new here, so I'll let it slide. But I'm the bad joke guy around here. Oh. So it was a message. How interesting.
Luca jostled each cabinet drawer in turn. Only one was unlocked. He fingered through the filing cabinet, pausing at a bulging folder labeled Walter.
Mr. White?
For a long moment, he just stared at it.
Oh, Walter's his father. Yeah, I forgot. What do you got there? It's my dad. Looks like some of his old medical files. Your dad was a doctor?
Luca nodded and caressed the label with his thumb.
Well, are you gonna read it? Here, let me help.
Rollo swiped the folder from the drawer and began leafing through the pages.
But you have sticky fingers. Sticky jam fingers.
He whistled to himself, barely looking at the text.
How about you actually read some of it? One sec. Dense documents such as this are a lot like a cheeseburger. It's best to skip straight to the middle. That's where all the meaty bits live. Wow, I had no idea we were in the presence of a preeminent scholar in dense documents. And cheeseburgers. By all means, proceed.
He stopped at a page and mimed holding up a monocle.
He's such a... an idiot, but it's a great character. Ah, here we are. Follow-up examination of Terence Wilby. Patient shows further signs of paleness and malaise. Body temperature continues to drop. He now describes soreness of muscles and joints. This is similar to symptoms exhibited by Mrs. Wilby just a few days past. Still waiting on lab results from Joseph.
Roll looked up with heightened surprise.
Gee, creepy. Yeah, that's kind of disturbing. Who's Joseph? That's Mr. Nuncreed's name.
His
Wait.
finger traced across the page.
There's more scribble in the margins. Could it be contagious? Mr. Wilby claims the tap water at his home has been contaminated. Perhaps environmental. Lab results only raise more questions. It's like he came back to this report later and made those notes. So it might be related to something else.
Scanned through several more pages.
Here, the writing looks shaky. I just couldn't help her. This disease, or whatever it is, progresses so fast. With his wife passing, Terence's condition follows close behind. Exacerbated by the loss. Enough is enough. I need to take matters into my own hands.
Staring blankly at the cabinet this whole time, spoke softly.
What does it say next?
Rustled the folder, trying to loose more pages.
That's where it ends. What? There has to be more.
Frantically shoved the remaining cabinet folders, trying to find another labeled Walter.
Luca, I think that's the only one. It's alphabetical, see? What did he mean enough is enough? How did he take matters into his own hands? This is bullshit.
Slammed the drawer shut.
Language, young man. You're only 12. I thought they had me stuck. What is this? Yeah! This is the best part of the game. I can't do it any faster. Alright.
A spider web of string connected photos of people from the town,
She is a conspiracist.
interspersed with hastily scrawled notes.
Oh, she sure has kept herself busy. Is your gran a serial killer? Because I'm starting to get a vibe. Ridiculous. Sure, she's just tracking the movements of everyone in town. Out of the kindness of her heart. She puts little symbols by some of them. Yeah, Mr. Nuncreed has a check mark. The clipboards are all in a big circle. My moms are both on here. Both with question marks. Gus Valentine has a question mark. Heiress has a question mark that's been crossed out. Mr. Kerr has a bullseye. The killer has chosen her next victim. I don't know what any of this means. Whatever it means, it's probably not good. Oops. And finally, the table.
They crowded around a worn-down old map of Beacon Pines.
Cool. This looks like a treasure map. Not every old map is a treasure map, Rolo. Yeah, but every treasure map is an old map. Can't fault that logic. Look, there's even a pathway drawn on it. It starts at the entrance to town. And if we follow it,
Carefully traced the path with his finger.
it leads right
He
to
jabbed down at the end point.
Town Square. That's the fountain in the middle of the town. What a weird place to hide treasure. It's the hole. Rolo, that doesn't look like treasure to me. The end of the path on that map has the same symbol as those explosives over there. So it's not hiding treasure. A real bummer. Rolo, what's the thing you've been excited about for the past month? The festival. Did you just say gulp? This feels like a gulp kind of situation. Everyone will be gathered near the centre of town. She's gonna blow up the festival. Not if we stop her. What was that?
Luca looked up from the map.
Uh-oh. What was that? What was what? No, I heard it too. That was the front door. Which means someone just shut the door. Which means someone's upstairs. Shh, quiet. Hit the lights.
Beck flicked off the light, and they became statues in the dark.
At least hide under something.
Overhead, creaking floorboards bent under slow, deliberate steps.
Oh god.
up, the tilt of their necks following each footfall.
Hmm.
Then suddenly, it stopped. Without realizing, they'd been holding their breath. All three exhaled shakily and glanced at each other. A muffled male voice broke the silence.
Who the hell is this? Oh, that's the squirrel in it. Hello?
The final few footsteps reached the entrance above them, and the voice now echoed down the stairs.
Anyone down
The
there?
three kids shuffled to the corners without a peep. As he began to descend the stairs, the man's voice punctuated every new step. Thump.
Yoo-hoo!
Thump.
Thump. I'm not here to hurt anyone.
Thump.
I'm just here to help. Just...
Thump. At the bottom step, the man paused, squinting to search the room for signs of life.
Huh. Guess it's nothing.
Rollo shifted suddenly. Luca gave him an intense, chastising look and whispered through clenched teeth.
Rollo, don't.
It was too late. Rollo was already inching toward the stairway. He screeched as he charged toward the shadowy figure.
Flaming chicken coop!
With all his weight, Rollo tackled the man to the ground.
Rollo? Mysterious creepy man? Anyone there?
From the dark corner, they saw something move.
Ooh. Oh. I didn't know if I had it in me. But there was only one way to find out. I could tell what that pose is. It's where he's smiling and he's like holding his overall straps. Holy crap, Rollo, that was awesome. Wait, did you just kill that person?
Luca scrambled to the hunched figure on the ground. Pressing his fingers to the man's neck, he sighed with relief.
No, he's still breathing. He's just knocked out. You sure clobbered him good, Rollo. He's knocked out cold.
As Beck flicked back on the light, Luca and Rollo both gasped in stereo.
Mr. Tolliver. Ooh.
Chapter 7.
That is someone we had to deliver gem to, so that's, you know.
The interrogation of Hiram Tolliver.
Oh my god, that's what we're doing? Gonna break his kneecaps.
Still unconscious, Mr. Tolliver slumped heavily in a shoddy old chair. His hands were bound with rope, his feet tied with some loose string. The kids huddled in a circle, discussing their plan. One thing was certain, they couldn't just let Mr. Tolliver go.
He knew too much.
They needed to know what he was doing in Luca's house.
Yeah, that's true.
After some deliberation, it was decided.
They'd run the classic good cop, bad cop interrogation. Wait, no, it's good cop, chill cop. Wait, that's literally two kind of good cops, is it not? Alright, let's just do chill.
They'd run the classic good cop, chill cop interrogation.
I'll handle this. Just gotta play it cool.
Luca walked calmly to the light switch, flicking it off and on a few times.
I'm giving him a seizure in the process.
Mr. Tolliver shook his head, gathering his wits.
Golly, I sure got my bell
He
rung.
looked over to find Luca, who returned a calming grin.
How do you do? Sorry, Mr. Tolliver. This is all a big mistake. Luca, what's going on here? Why do you have me strapped down? No one's fault, really. Rollo just got a little startled. Rollo's here?
Rollo and Beck emerged from hiding to give a timid wave.
Yoo-hoo! Well, alright. Mistakes happen. You kids gave old Hiram a good scare. Let's just get me out of these ropes and call it even.
Luca glanced over to Rollo and Beck, who replied with skeptical looks.
Mr. Tolliver, why are you in my grand's basement? I'm here to help, of course. Help with what? What's my gran up to? If you'll just cut me loose, I can show you. How do I know we can trust you?
Mr. Tolliver exhaled with disappointment.
Luca, have I ever done wrong by you? No. Yeah, but you can't trust adults. One of them flushed me down a telephone box. And since your gran moved to town, haven't I been nothing but welcoming? Yeah. So why would I turn my back on your family now? It's just, all this stuff seems pretty weird. a board with names of people from town, an archive of my dad's old disturbing patient
Luca
notes,
gestured to the corner.
barrels of explosives. I can explain everything. You just need to untie me. You kids deserve an
Luca
explanation.
looked again to Rollo and Beck. This time they shrugged. Luca began to slowly loosen the bindings.
Big mistake, idiot.
Mr. Tolliver gently rubbed his wrists.
That's a good lad. This'll all make sense in time.
He edged imperceptibly toward the stairs as he spoke.
You see, this town has secrets, Luca. A very dark past
Before
indeed.
the kids had even noticed his movement, Mr. Tolliver was at the light switch.
Oh. A past that must be brought
He
to...
punctuated his final words by flicking the switch and rushing up the stairs.
light. He got away! Son of a...
Darted to the wall and turned back on the lights. It was too late. Rollo confirmed what they all heard.
He just locked us down here.
Mr. Tolliver's muffled voice came from behind the door.
I wasn't lying, you know. This is for your own good. You kids just keep tight down there, and let the adults handle
They
this.
looked bewildered at each other.
Play it cool, huh? Not now, Beck. The end. Well,
They
shoot.
heard the staccato thump of quick steps exiting the house. The kids looked down in resignation. This isn't how it goes in Hank Atomic. For some reason, they'd always assumed it was up to them to save their town. Luca opened his mouth, hoping to conjure some magical words to make this right. Only a hollow croak escaped. The end.
No!
Well, we certainly aren't going to find a grand resolution to our tale locked in a basement. Back to the drawing board.
Aye. Have I done everything else so far? Yeah, I have. Cool. Alright, we're gonna play it as a hard cop. Hard cop.
They'd run the classic good cop, hard cop interrogation.
So am I gonna break his kneecaps?
Rollo brandished a steely gaze. I've got this. Read about it 100 times.
From Hank Atomic.
Rollo swaggered past the chair which propped up the slumping Hiram Tolliver. Without even looking at his captive, he began with a long, blustery drawl.
Well, 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 Mr. Tolliver.
Mr. Tolliver remained motionless.
He's still knocked out.
Rollo spun around to face him. He'd clearly expected to rouse Mr. Tolliver with his booming voice.
Mr. Tolliver.
Beck and Luca gave each other an unsure glance. Rollo slammed his fist on the table.
I said, Mr.
He
Tolliver.
grabbed the table lamp and beamed it onto the unconscious face.
Oh, there we go.
Mr. Tolliver groaned and slowly lifted his head. He recoiled with a muddled, weary squint.
What in the
Chair
world?
wobbled as he attempted to straighten up.
Who? Who's there?
Mr. Tolliver could only
I
make
can't
out
see
rough
us.
shapes through the glaring light.
There we go, leave it on him.
With a gruff tone, Rollo hoped to both conceal his voice and intimidate.
I'll be asking the questions here, punk. No, hold on, let's just calm down. Oh, I am calm. Calm as a carrot in dirt. As for you, looks like you're
The
sweating.
doubtful expression on Beck and Luca's faces transformed into awe.
We could do this my way, or... let's just say I've never needed another way.
Rollo, hitting his stride, was now channeling every detective trope his memory could recall. He slammed the table again.
Now dance! What? I don't
Mr.
even...
Tolliver's voice became desperate. He was nearly in tears.
You've tied me down. How on earth could I dance? Dance with your mouth, punk. Spill the beans. What are you doing poking around this house? I'm here to help Germanify. To make sure everything's ready. Now so you're in cahoots with Gren. Gren?
Mr. Tolliver was in a daze, now more confused than ever.
Gonna help her blow up the festival, eh? Blow up the festival? Good
He shook
lord.
his head, feeling more and more dizzy.
No, you got it all wrong. Where is she now? She's headed to the sauce. The sauce? What's the sauce? It's
His
where
voice faded to a whisper.
the town began. Where it all began. What is Operation
With
Sparkplug?
that, Mr. Tolliver passed out cold.
Oh dear. Well, we got some information out of him at least.
Rollo swung around with a repentant grimace.
Damn, Rollo. I think you went a little too hard on him. What did he say about the sauce? It's where the town began. We need more information. Yeah, but we better not push Mr. Tolliver any farther. Is there anyone else who might know more? What about the History Museum? It just got set up for the festival. Nah, that tent was put up by the Valentines. Everything they do is just a bunch of fluff to glorify themselves. Is there anything more reliable? The library. If there's any information about this sauce thing, Kato can help us find it. Let's go get some answers. Ah. Alright. Hooray! This is a dang nice library. Thanks, we work hard on it. Aren't you a little too adorable to be a librarian? Aww. Oh, Kato hung out here so much eventually they gave him a set of keys. I just keep an eye on the place for Miss Novak sometimes. They get you working for free. It's quiet and I get access to all the books I can read. What more could a person want? Money? Fair enough. What can I do for you all? We need a favour. I already told you, Rollo. I can't put you any higher on the wait list for the next Hank Atomic. And if you're here with more candy, I'll have you know I can't be bought. Call it a personal code of conscience. Actually, we're looking to do some research. Now you're speaking my language. What are you looking for? That's the thing, we sort of don't know. What do you got on the history of the town? There's the country record archives. What's in those? Births, deaths, newspaper clippings, stuff like that. Pretty boring reading. But they do go all the way back to when the town was founded. Great, we'll start there. Ah.
Chapter 8.
Ooh.
6 feet under, 3 towns over.
That's a ominous.
The kids spent the rest
Chapter
of the
title.
afternoon combing through dusty piles of old county records, desperately searching for anything that could help them make sense of Mr. Tolliver's cryptic utterance. Luca tried to shake the thought of Gran's basement, but his focus wavered. Explosives, messages hidden in jam, dossiers on various town figures, and a corkboard threaded with photos. Gran was the only family he had left. He still couldn't bring himself to believe the worst. But the old map with the symbol of explosives in town square made that difficult.
Yeah, it's pretty damning stuff, really.
As the sun began to set, the kids were no closer to the truth.
If I have to read any more records, my eyeballs are gonna pop. We have to keep digging. We need to go deeper. If I dig another word, I'm gonna end up in one of these asinine death records. Rollo Cotter lived a full and wonderful life, till he read so much boring crud that his brain oozed out of his ears.
Shut his book with an assertive nod.
If you've got a better idea, spit it out. You sound like my sister. Keep pushing your luck, pal. And it won't be boring county records that'll kill you. I'll put you in the obituaries myself.
Rollo muttered under his breath.
You're a county record. Really? That's the best you got? When I'm done with you, you'll be the footnote in history. Just like...
Slammed her finger down on the open page before glancing down to read.
J. Hartford here. I'd love to see you try. Hey. We're all a little tired here. Let's just take a minute and...
Something tickled the back of Luca's mind.
Wait, what was that name back? In the obit. J. Hartford. From the Brookville Tribune 8 years ago. That can't be right. What is it? J. Hartford. That's my grand's name. Juniper Hartford. Maybe there were 2 J. Hartfords. Mrs. Hartford is survived by her young daughter E. Hartford. My mum's name is Eleanor. Okay, this is getting creepy. If your gran is 6 feet under 3 towns over, then who am I living with? It isn't his gran.
Question hung in the air.
I called it. I just found it to be a little suspicious. Alright, gang. I gotta close up for the night. It's bright outside. Like daylight.
Beck rubbed her eyes.
How late is it? Almost 10 a.m. Ah, crap. Pa's gonna kill me. I gotta go. Yeah, my parents will be worried sick. Okay, let's meet up as early as we can at the festival tomorrow. What are you going to do about the unconscious man in your basement? I'll think of something.
Luca's heart was pounding as he approached the house.
Juniper's not his grandmother.
If he was lucky, Gran, or whoever it was, hadn't gotten back yet.
To be fair, the one thing with Gran that I was kind of strange, that I found kind of strange, was I was like, she doesn't look like us. Like she lacks the horns, or whatever they are, antlers, I guess.
And of course, there was Mr. Tolliver tied up and unconscious in the basement.
But I never really thought much of it. Or like, I never dwelled on the fact that she didn't look super like us.
Dealing with him would be the first order of business. Luca shook out his arms to calm his nerves before entering.
We're home. Oh.
He held perfectly still, tempering his breath, and listened closely. She was asleep.
Oh, I thought you were going to whisper something in her sleep.
His only hope was that she hadn't found Mr. Tolliver before dozing off.
Mm-hmm. Check on Mr. Tolliver in the basement. Be careful. I would assume that she has no idea. He's gone! Oh no.
Mr. Tolliver was nowhere to be seen.
Welp. Maybe he woke up, escaped from his bindings, and left without a trace.
Maybe Gran knew everything.
What do I do?
Luca's hungry stomach groaned. Not realizing it, he'd gone the entire day without eating.
Oof. Okay, I can figure this out. Just need a little brain food.
Luca rushed over to the pile of jam jars, unscrewed one, and shoveled a handful into his mouth.
I'm afraid your jam delivery will be delayed.
Flipped the lid to read the label.
Mr. Nuncreed. Okay, now I can think. So if Gran knows we tied up Mr. Tolliver, I'm screwed. If she doesn't know, then I need to play it cool. I guess the only option is to go to bed and act as if nothing is wrong. Gran will think Mr. Tolliver finished what he was sent to do and left when he was done. Go to sleep. I get the feeling I'm going to walk out and she's going to be there. No, maybe not. Move it back. Or don't. Then again, we could always play the point of, like, maybe he knew how to move it. He is an adult, so he'd be tall enough. Uh-oh. Gran? Okay, stick to the plan. Go to bed, play it cool. Oh, God.
As Luca climbed the final stair, the emotion of the day dragged heavily on him. With each consecutive
Just gonna
step,
walk out of that
his
closet.
legs weakened. His stride began to falter.
Mr. Nuncreed's jam.
He tried to grab for the railing to steady himself. Something was wrong.
She drugs his jam? Come on, legs. Just a few more steps.
Luca groaned and tried to move.
That just looked so goofy.
His limbs might as well have been bolted to the ground.
Yeah, she must do something with Nuncreed's jam.
Through numb lips, he mumbled just before falling asleep.
I mean, I managed to make it to sleep. Sweet boy. What did you get yourself into? Oh, God. Rest now and let me handle everything. I don't really have a choice. You drugged me, you bitch. The end.
Chapter 9.
Ooh.
A speech to end all speeches. Luca awoke to find himself face down in bed. He moaned into his pillow. Why would Gran drug him?
Well, she didn't. He ate Mr. Nuncreed's jam, which she drugs, I think.
Or rather, why was she trying to drug Mr. Nuncreed?
I mean, yeah, that's a pretty good question,
Shaking
to
the
be fair.
questions from his woozy head, Luca snapped back to the matter at hand.
The festival! Whee! Let me handle everything, eh? Ooh, I found it weird that this is now open. Just stays open. How strange. Yeah, very weird. Alright, to the festival! I'm curious how the hell this is gonna... Well, like, what's gonna happen? Oh? He's still wearing that hat. Where have you been? Gran put something in the jam. Yeah, we know. Secret messages for secret conspirators. Not this one. The one intended for Mr. Nuncreed. Put me to sleep. Whoa, ho, ho! Sly devil. I think she's trying to remove him from the equation. He might be in danger. Have you found anything? We looked around but haven't seen anything odd. Your Gran is nowhere to be found. But Mr. Nuncreed is just loafing around waiting for the speech. What speech? Mayor Gus just got up to the podium. Everyone is gathering at the stage. Let's get moving. Oh my, there's a lot of people here.
Augustus Valentine nervously wiped his brow.
Is this thing... Oh, the feedback. Is this thing on? Hello, Beacon Pines. I'm Augustus Valentine, your mayor, and... I suppose you already know that. Oh yeah. Before we get started, I just wanted to take a moment to recognise someone who couldn't be here today. This town wouldn't be where it is today without my father, Sharper Valentine. So I thought we could begin with a round of applause befitting such a great man. Even that's more than the old codger deserved.
Gus cleared his throat and awkwardly loosened his tie.
Right, where was I?
William Kerr bounded on the stage with the energy of a preacher at a big tent revival.
Gus Valentine, everyone.
He gave Gus a hearty slap on the back and motioned him off the stage.
Let's hear it for our mayor. What a great turnout. Ah, heck, I didn't prepare anything. But I suppose I could say a few words. Would be a shame to waste such a beautiful podium.
Mr. Kerr pulled a thick stack of note cards out from his vest.
Oh, God. Community, conviction, commitment. These are the things we celebrate at Perennial Harvest. For us, these are the pillars of the bridge to a better tomorrow. But I think it's time to add a new pillar. Change. Change is a powerful thing. It's inexorable, unavoidable, and undeniable. And I am dadgum thankful for it. Change is the reason we're all here today. Or all together today. It's hard for me to believe that it was only 4 years ago when fate brought me here. A simple business trip which brought me to a small town which would change my life forever.
Mr. Kerr took a moment to survey the crowd.
You know what?
He wiped away a single tear.
From the second I've set foot in Beacon Pines, something about this place has held me captive. You see, change represents opportunity. It represents potential. It was change that helped me recognise the potential of this place. To see that the people of this town, despite suffering great loss, still held on to the things that made them special.
He thumped the podium to emphasize each word.
Community, conviction, commitment, change.
Mr. Kerr nodded confidently, biting his lip. The crowd was silent, in rapt attention.
Fate made a perfect match that day. Nothing is more important to you all than community. And Perennial Harvest is a community first and foremost.
Mr. Kerr methodically made eye contact with each section of the crowd.
The only way you made it through the foul harvest was an unshakable conviction. A conviction that a better tomorrow was just over the horizon. Perennial Harvest was founded on that conviction that we are that horizon. This festival is a symbol of our commitment to each other.
His voice began to build to a crescendo.
We now walk hand in hand into a future we will shape together. And that is what change is all about. Grabbing the future by the scruff of the neck and making things happen. Change is a choice. I am tickled pink that we will all be making that choice together. How great is that? Just imagine what we can accomplish. That was a bomb. Who are those bunnies over there? What was
The
that?
crowd began to look around nervously.
Don't worry, a little thunder isn't going to ruin this day. Everyone remain
Mr.
calm.
Kerr quickly flicked through his note cards.
Where was I? Through all of my travels, I have learned one true thing. One always reaps what they sow. We have all planted a lot of good in this town, and so it is with a happy heart that I can proclaim,
He raised his hands up to the heavens.
oh, our harvest awaits. Oh. That's what the bomb does.
At that moment, a merciless wall of impossibly cold air ripped through the crowd, instantly freezing everyone and everything it touched.
Yes, if the energy is not perfectly matched up, then it causes it to... I can't remember what they called it. But that's what's causing the Ice Age.
For a man like William Kerr, this was a fitting way for things to end.
True.
On a stage, with an entire town frozen in rapt attention for the rest of time.
The end.
The end.
Huh.
There's that ice again! Whenever I think we're getting close, it comes along and ruins everything!
Oh, it's always at the festival. The last time we got frozen was at the festival.
Maybe we should just quit? Maybe you should just close the book, walk away, and never think of me again. No, I don't mean that. We got a little closer this time. We just need to try again.
Mm-hmm.
Please.
Oh, I can change this to be Sly. Oh. A beginner's guide to hostile interrogation. So if we play Sly Cop. How's this going to change things?
Good cop, sly cop interrogation.
Mm-hmm.
Luca and Rollo ducked behind a barrel, leaving Beck to her task.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I just realised hard cop is Rollo, or chill cop is Luca, sly cop's Beck. And I have a feeling he won't know who Beck is. So that might actually help us. So how's she gonna play
With
it?
a few crisp snaps, she roused Mr. Tolliver.
What? What's going on here? You're that Moodwill girl. Please, call me back. Sorry about all
Mr.
this.
Tolliver looked down and shifted a bit, testing his restraints.
It seems there's been a mix-up. You see, I'm down here for the same reason you are. Oh. Juniper sent you here?
Caught herself before letting the surprise manifest on her face. She'd already gotten him to reveal his relation to Gran. This was gonna be easy.
You know how Juniper is with her precautions. Operation Sparkplug has us all on edge. I guess she thought you needed some backup. But she sent a child? What better way to avoid prying eyes? Who would suspect a kid? I suppose that makes
Mr.
sense.
Tolliver wriggled a bit in his restraints.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Beck quickly moved the ropes.
That had to be uncomfortable. A little, yeah. But you understand, we never know who to trust in this
Mr.
town.
Tolliver rubbed the growing knot on his forehead.
Very true. So, it turns out we're both here
Beck
to
twirled her hand, as if to prompt Mr. Tolliver to finish her thought.
destroy the
Beck
evidence.
shook her head and clicked her tongue.
Yep, the old gal is nothing if not thorough.
Mr. Tolliver let out an amused huff in agreement.
She sure is. Can't blame her though. If anyone were to find out that we're going to destroy the source, well, we both know how bad that might be. I want to know anything once I finish cleaning things up down here.
Beck was on a roll now, playing Mr. Tolliver like a fiddle.
Oh my god, she's great. You sure you can finish this up on your own? Juniper trusted me for a reason. You can leave the rest to me. Good. There's one more loose end I'll go work on. Loose end? It's nothing really. The other day I had the radio on scan while restocking the candy shelf. And wouldn't you know it, I intercepted an odd phrase in a perennial harvest transmission. Underground secrets. That's ominous. I think it might be a password, but Juniper dismissed it. Said it wasn't mission critical. What's the password for? We don't know. So we have a password and nowhere to put it. It's gotta mean something, right? Good thinking. Should probably go work that out. I've got this under control. That's a relief. Between you and me, this basement gives me the willies.
Heading for the stairs, Mr. Tolliver hesitated and turned to Beck with a puzzled look. She grinned and gave him a peppy wave. With a shrug, he continued up the stairs, whistling a jaunty tune.
I can't believe that worked. You guys catch that? Sure did. This whole time, Mr. Tolliver's had a candy shelf. But all he ever sells is his apples.
Beck blinked slowly
Oh
in
my god.
disappointment.
The password, Rolo. Well, sure, but once things are back to normal, I'll be having a word with Mr. Tolliver about that candy shelf. Fine. In the meantime, I've got an idea.
She turned to the table and began tearing small scraps of paper.
Underground secrets. He said he heard a password on the radio. Any good spy transmission is never what it seems.
Beck marked each scrap of paper and leaned back.
Just need to find the hidden meaning. Okay. What's another word for underground? Buried, covered. Could it be a cover-up? Maybe it's one of those each letter is a number thingies. So U would be 21. N would be 14. D would be... Ooh. It's an anagram. Nun Creed's drugstore.
And Beck looked at
Whoa.
with amazement.
Oh my god. Really, that was incredible. Well, it's either that or Kren's nude rug store. Yeah, I think you were right the first time. How did you do it? Or how did you do that? What can I say? I love ciphers. That's why she drugs Nun Creed, then. Or that's why she wants to drug Nun Creed. Well, I guess we know where to go next. Investigate Nun Creed's drugstore. I would never have guessed that was what that was. Miss Fratelli? What are you doing out so late at night? You scared me half to death. Sorry. You kids haven't seen Mr. Tolliver around, have you? Nope. He's got me waiting around like the last slice of pie. I swear that man would be late to his own funeral. Alright. So Nun Creed's. This'll be the first time we go inside it. Whoa. You're late, Augustus. Sorry, sister. Was caught up with work. Work? You? I had a few more details to lock down before the festival. Oh, what do you have to report? What is this insipid town festival really about? I think
looked around nervously.
I think Mr. Kerr really does just want to do something good for the town. He's actually a pretty nice guy. You should spend some time with him. I didn't pull strings installing you as mayor so that you could make friends. Your job is to help me figure out what Kerr and Perennial Harvest's true intentions are with this town. We have a responsibility. This is our father's town. Was. Excuse me? This was our father's town. He's gone, heiress, and he isn't coming back. Father left us with nothing but problems. Mr. Kerr came here and offered to help us. We accepted that help. We didn't agree to them turning Father's warehouse into a toxic dumping ground. That is just a temporary arrangement. The glow can be seen from our damn backyard. They're dumping their nasty little secrets on us. When all inevitably goes wrong, who do you think will be blamed?
Alice's cry hung in the air.
We have a new choice to make now, sister. This town is going to change whether we like it or not. Are we going to choose to be a part of the future, or be forgotten in the past? It's a shame. Father named you Augustus, but you will always just be a Gus. Good night, heiress. I'll see you at breakfast tomorrow. Huh. It's getting late, children. Indeed it is. It's fine, we're just on our way somewhere. Solomon? What the hell are you doing here?
Solomon stood proudly at the entrance to the drugstore, holding a brown bag overflowing with black licorice.
Hey, Solomon. We're looking for Mr. Nun Creed. Is he still in there? I'm afraid not. Then where'd you get the candy from? You might say we have an arrangement.
Solomon shoveled a surprising amount of licorice into his mouth.
Sometimes it's the small pleasures in life. Though we might not always have family to rely on, licorice has never let me down. Well, I can't say licorice would be my first choice. Well, whatever floats your boat. You can tell a lot about a person by their choice of confection. Oh, yeah, I guess. I like sour gobs. I'm certain you do. I've always wondered why Mr. Nun Creed kept licorice in stock. You must eat enough of it to make it worthwhile. There are many ways to earn loyalty. For some, it's as easy as cold hard cash. Okay, enjoy your licorice. Well, he's right, it's locked. There's gotta be more clues. Okay, let's see. Oh. Wait a minute, is it to do with the telephone box? Have you ever seen anyone actually use this thing? Besides Mr. Ungreed? No.
Beck cupped her hands on the glass to peek inside.
That is not a normal phone booth. It's got like a blinky keypad. Why would there be a blinky keypad? Kren's nude rug store. I mean, underground secrets. The password.
Beck flung open the door and they all squeezed in.
Oh. Alright, let's see
Luca
here.
cracked his knuckles and entered the letters into the keypad.
Underground secrets. Sounds like that did something. Great, now what? I guess we...
The inside of the phone booth dropped loose from its shell. Without even the space to panic, they closed their eyes, held their breath, and accepted their fate. Suddenly, the chaotic descent slowed to an effortless landing. It was unclear where they ended up, but at least it was solid ground.
Oh. Whoa.
The air was stagnant and smelled vaguely of chlorine.
Oh, was it Nun Creed? Because that suit's cracked. I knew it. You knew there was a secret hub full of strange tubes under the phone booth. Of course I did. Didn't I say that? No. I definitely thought it. Luca, do you remember when I said how cool it'd be if the trans-dimensional conduits from Hank Atomic issue 12 were real? Well, at one point or another, you've said about every technology ever discussed in Hank Atomic. That's why I'm such a good predictor. It looks like each of these has something written on them. There's the suit with a crack. This suit has a broken mask. So, have we found our mystery warehouse creeper? We've at least found their hazmat suit. If it walks like an Ungreed and talks like an Ungreed, let's not jump to conclusions. Just saying. Mining operations Alpha. You guys have mines here? Not that I know of. This town is all farms and fertilizer, in a series of tubes. Bart always says, you can only trust a miner up to the point when they hit gold. Not sure how that wisdom applies in this exact situation. That's the thing about Pa, you don't always realise what he means until it's too late. Perennial Harvest main office. That's where my mom works. What does she do? Science stuff. Is she involved in all of this? We just moved here. How could she be involved? True. Valentine Fertilizer Warehouse. Isn't this where you almost got snatched? Yeah. Why would Perennial Harvest have a tube going to the old Valentine place? This is not starting to feel like something big. Oh. That's a lot of buttons. Stand aside, Earthlings. I've read enough Hank Atomic to know my way around sci-fi tech.
Those hands hovered over the field of blinking buttons.
Eeny, meeny, miny. Is that sucking them in or blowing them out? Roller, what did you do? Nothing. I didn't even mow yet. What was that? Hide. Where? There's nothing but weird tubes down here. Just get back. Or hide in a tube. Shit. 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 Awesome. You all need to come with me. Now. We're not going anywhere with you. Not until we get some answers. Mr. Underground Secrets. I told them it was an absurd password. But they love anything that makes them feel clever. They who? That's no matter. If I can keep you hidden until after the festival, I might be able to save your skins. I don't care about our skins. Hold on now, I like my skin. This all stops now, Nungreed.
Joseph waited for a moment in silence.
You sound just like him. Who? Walter? Yep. You don't get to talk about my dad. You know, your father and I were friends back
He
before
gestured toward the strange tubes.
all of this. That's a lie. It's true. I used to bounce you on my knee. What happened? Same thing that always happens. Reality, complications, life. We were a team, Walt and I. An idealistic doctor and a bright-eyed pharmacist. Both hell-bent on helping folks. So you were his sidekick? No. We were partners. He helped the patients and I helped him. Yep, total sidekick.
Creed let out a growl of a sigh.
Luca, I need you to know this. I need someone to know this. One day, Sharper Valentine comes to us. Says he's got an opportunity. He'd found something he didn't quite understand. And he was willing to pay us both handsomely to help him understand it. And my dad said no. Your father and I both believed in helping people. But the thing I could never get him to understand was, it's a lot easier to help others if you help yourself now and then. Classic sidekick into villain plotline. Walt loved being righteous almost more than he loved his family. He was wrong about that one thing though. When he begged me not to take Valentine's offer, he said, Joseph, if a person says yes one time to Sharper Valentine, he'll make sure they keep he'll make sure they keep on saying yes to him until the day he's dead and gone.
He shook his head wistfully.
Sharper's long gone, but he's still got me saying yes. Is there a point to this sob story? Not really, no. Just an old man trying to delay what he's doing.
Creed took a menacing step towards the children.
I tried to keep you safe. Tried to keep you and Juniper out of this. But you forced my hand.
Luca began to laugh.
What? You really don't know? My gran isn't out of this. She's been scheming right under your nose. Juniper? Seems like she's planning on crashing the town's party. She's going to disrupt the festival? Why would she?
The color drained from Nuncreed's face.
How does she know? Apparently she knows a lot of things. What? Let's just say this isn't the only underground lair we've busted into today. And honestly, hers is way cooler. She's got maps and explosives and bad intentions, big man.
Nuncreed grabbed Luca by the shoulders. His eyes were frantic.
You need to tell me what she's going to do right now. She doesn't understand what it is she's messing with. Tell me now. She's in danger, boy. I don't know. She had a map with a mark on the fountain in the town square. The fountain, but why would...
A jolt of realization struck Mr. Nuncreed.
The source. She knows about the source? What the heck is the source? If she tries to destroy the source, it could catalyze and... Dear God, she's going to freeze us all. You all need to run. Run where? Away. As far away from this town as you can get. Head west and don't look back. That did not go how I expected. So... We're totally following him, right? Totally. See you on the other side. Hooey! You good? Yep. I love this town. Oh my, what on earth?
Chapter 8. The cold, hard truth.
Ooh.
Beck leapt up, allowing the suction to yank her into the dark. Dimness eclipsed around her like the shutter of a camera as she seemed to cover great distance in mere moments. Her only points of reference were glints of upcoming turns, which approached with frightening speed, only to carom her gracefully along. She heard the tinny, distant echoes of Rollo's glee. Once she stopped fighting against it, the ride was impossibly smooth. Then, all of a sudden, as if minutes had passed in an instant, light blazed into view.
Is that where it spits us out?
A burst of wintry air snuffed across her face, and she was flung out into the cold.
It is. Ah. That was intense. Yeah. I think I might have parted with some fluids in there. Any idea where we are? Somewhere cold. Doesn't look like it got on any of us. I didn't feel like we travelled that far. So where did it all go? He pissed himself. This place sucks. Why would anyone even want to blow something up out here? Only one way to find out, I suppose. We gotta catch up to Nungreed. I think he went this way. So... Right. Blowing up the source here would freeze the other... Like, the replica town as well, I guess. Interesting. We're in Beacon Pines. This looks familiar, yeah. Maybe we can clear off the snow. No time, Nungreed's getting away. No. None of them batting an eyelid or anything. Okay, this is starting to feel really familiar. I may not be the most well versed on all things Beacon Pines, but this does look like some sort of frozen replica of town. Ah, I got it. It's so obvious now. Mr. Nungreed is an alien. Rollo, stick with me here. His species can only live in sub-zero temperatures. Oh boy, here we go. The source is their base camp dimension, so naturally they keep it cold. We found it by travelling through those metallic wormholes back there. The final objective, kill us all and shapeshift into a Beacon Pines citizen of their choosing. You never really had me, but you very much lost me there. You get used to it. We should keep moving. True.
As they rounded the corners of the frozen town square, they spotted Mr. Nungreed inching cautiously toward a pit at its center. He held his arms out gingerly, as if approaching a beast in the wild.
Okay.
Upon closing the distance, Luca recognized what Nungreed was after. Gran stood confidently at the edge, one arm outstretched over the abyss. Nearby, a wheelbarrow had been emptied out.
Oh, with her gem.
She held a lit torch, which flickered in the bitter wind.
Is that why there was ink? Juniper, I don't know what you think you're doing, but I assure you this is not going to solve anything. If you drop that, you've doomed this whole town. Oh, it wasn't me who doomed this whole town. I've been watching you, Joseph. I know what you've done. You and your co-conspirators. Gran? What's happening? Luca, you and your friends need to leave right this moment.
Nungreed turned back toward the kids, desperation in his eyes.
Listen to your grandma, Luca. This is between me and Juniper.
Back held steadfast in awe. Luca approached closer. Mr. Nungreed spun back toward Gran, his voice growing louder.
You've got it all wrong, Juniper. Just hand over that torch. You don't understand what you're doing. How could I possibly trust you to do the right thing? Walt told me everything. He trusted you and you betrayed that trust. Luca, did you know that this man's entire life is a lie? If it weren't for him, your father might still be alive.
Mr. Nungreed winced
Oh.
with anguish. His voice hardened.
That's not true.
They both now yelled, not to each other, but at fate itself.
So that might actually be our grandmother then.
Making their peace with long-held burdens. The wind howled with encouragement.
Walt was like a brother to me. We just had different ideas about how to effect change. Very convenient that your way just happens to line your pockets. Now that's not fair.
They menaced at each other, both catching their breath. The moment balanced on a knife's edge.
Oh.
Amid a blur of emotions and memories, Luca's mind flooded with questions. The wind calmed, as if to give him the stage.
The wind... And in the stillness he began to weep or hum. Weep, I guess.
And in the stillness, he began to weep. It was all just too much. Falling to his knees, Luca whimpered softly. The tears crystallized as they hit the snow. Gran stared at Luca for a moment with warm sympathy, remembering why this was all necessary.
This'll all make sense soon, Luca. Then everything can go back to normal. I promise.
She stiffened up and brandished the torch at Mr. Nungreed.
You can't hide behind those people any longer, Joseph. Once their precious source is destroyed, we'll see where their loyalties fall. Juniper, don't.
Ignoring his final plea, Gran flung the torch into the deep darkness.
Oh, do we get to see what happens here then?
smiled and exhaled in relief. Mr. Nuncreed moaned in resignation. The torch echoed as it ricocheted down the hole, punctuated with a thunderous thud.
Kaboom! See, Joseph, I've learned one very important thing in life. A lesson in life. If you want things to change, then you must be willing to...
Before Gran could finish, the ground shook her to silence.
Yeah, we all freeze. Oh. The end.
Gran only had time to spin around and run to Luca. Her attempt to shield him, an honorable but trifling act. Unflinching love, pitted against an unthinking horror. There was no contest. Her warm embrace froze in an instant.
So it is his Gran then,
That is
I
where
guess.
they remain, fixed in place, forever. And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene.
The end.
In a town brought low by its secrets, sits the frozen statues of a misguided band of meddlers. The end.
Hey! She's gonna complain about the ice again.
Well, that was dire.
Oh.
On the bright side, we finally figured out where all the ice is coming from.
I kinda gathered, to be honest.
Now, we just need to find a way to deal with a mystic, unfathomable force of nature.
Easy! Ah, fire and ice. Let's hum instead. He began to hum. Ah.
And in the stillness, he began to hum. After the death of his father, Luca had trouble sleeping. Each night, his mother would sit at the foot of his bed and hum a gentle melody. It was the only thing that could calm his mind. The only thing that, however briefly, could make it all seem okay. That melody pervaded every memory Luca had of his mother. Shivering in the raw snow, he began to hum it out loud.
I'm guessing this will get her to drop it. Not in the hole.
Gran lowered the torch, listening closely. As recognition slowly set in, her heart sank. Those countless nights of consolation, the incomparable loss they shared together. She let the torch fall to the snow and sizzle out. A few steps toward Luca was all she could bear before dropping to the snow herself. Through a flood of tears, she began to hum along, note for note. Lifted his head in astonishment. The last time he heard that melody was the last night he saw his mother.
How do you know? So sorry, my little buckaroo. Buckaroo? Is that his mother? The only people who call me that are my dad and your mother.
Luca blinked through blurry, watery eyes, trying to see more clearly.
What?
He could just make out the impression of a familiar face. He peered across the snowscape at the woman on her knees. Something about her was undeniably his mother. Only smaller, older, changed.
How? Because of the goo? Mom? That's right, buckaroo. Aww.
Luca sprinted as fast as he could toward his mother. They held each other close, and the cold retreated from their bodies.
So it isn't his Gran. Eleanor? I thought you were gone. You should have known I would never abandon my
Eleanor
son.
looked down at Luca, tightening her embrace in an appeal for forgiveness.
How? You're a smart man, Joseph. I thought you'd have pieced it together by now. You were exposed. I don't understand any of this. What happened to you? Where did you go? Why did you leave me? I never left you. I was always right here, Luca. Why did you lie to me? You tore me up, Luca, but I didn't. I did it to keep you safe. I thought that getting answers would help us both move on. But the more I discovered, the more I realised the danger we were in. Until perennial harvest was stopped, it was better if everyone thought I was gone. You could have trusted me. These are bad people, Luca. They won't stop until they get what they want. And they don't care who gets hurt in the process. Then what do? We have to stop them.
Joseph slumped into the cold, wet snow.
It can't be stopped. This is too big. I tried beating them at their own game. I'm done fighting fire with fire.
For the first time in a long time, her voice felt like her own again.
No more lies. I see now. There's a better way to stop perennial harvest. The cold, hard truth.
Luca gazed down at Nuncreed with pity. He looked small. Joseph stared into the snow, as if searching it for answers.
Come on, everyone. We've got a party to crash. Oh. Why is she old? That's what I don't get. The only thing I can kind of assume is that she was exposed to the goo, and it rapidly aged her, or something. But that can't be the case, because if that were so, then she would have mutated like Iggy did. You don't understand. He always wins. Who? Hoodoo.
Chapter 9. The Devil You Know. 7 months ago.
I thought 7 months later.
Eleanor Van Horn crept down the maze of sterile hallways under perennial harvest. She stopped in front of the large steel door marked Deep Engineering.
We're going to find out what happened to Eleanor
Turning
then.
back now. She raised a trembling hand. The stolen keycard worked as promised, and the door buzzed open with mechanical efficiency. She was immediately hit with the smell of disinfectant. It was some sort of laboratory. In one corner was a desk covered in papers. Across the room stood a tall metal pod with hoses protruding from its base. She rushed to the desk and began shifting through the piles of papers. They were experiment reports on something called Tempus liquamen. There were dozens of them, every one stamped failed. Eleanor heard the sharp echo of footsteps approaching. She was out of time. Her eyes scanned the room, eventually landing on the strange pod. Muttering a curse under her breath, she dashed over and dove inside.
What? Wait, what? 7 months ago? And this is what change is all about. Oh! Grabbing the future by the scruff of the neck and making things happen. Change is a choice. I'm tickled pink that we will all be making that choice together. How great is that? This man is a liar. Excuse me? I will not. This town is a dangerous secret, and perennial harvest only exists to keep it hidden. Nonsense. They picked up the whole damn town and moved it right under our noses. You're not making any sense, dear.
Mr. Kerr addressed the crowd with a sarcastic tone.
Imagine such a thing. It's absurd and just plain impossible. They promised they could fix the foul harvest. They told us they would clean this place up. We just had to leave town for a few days. But while they had us evacuated... Mrs. Hartford, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to... You're afraid of a lot of things, aren't you? You snivelling little worm. This is growing tiresome. A little help, please. Don't you all see? This festival is a sham. An excuse to have the whole town gather in one place. They're planning something awful. I don't know what, but these people are wicked. Don't listen to her. She has absolutely no proof. I am the proof. I'm Eleanor Van Horn.
Whispers filtered through the crowd.
Well, aren't you just sneaky as the dickens? We all knew Valentine's fertilizer was too good to be true. And now this whole town is paying the price. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sorry about this disruption. My associates will take this obviously disturbed woman somewhere comfortable, so that she can get the help she needs. Hey, it's Nuncreed. She's not the one who's disturbed. You two-timing clown. Oh. You all know there's something wrong with this town. It was just easy to look the other way. The truth is... Solomon. Huh? Wait, what? That's quite enough, Mr. Nuncreed.
Torment dragged on Joseph Nuncreed's face.
Yes, sir. Take them away. No, I want them to see this. Ah, they have a tempestuous Eleanor Van Horn. You've been quite the thorn in my side. Like a weed that's burrowed in where it doesn't belong. I must confess, you look dreadful.
He paused for a moment, plucking a piece of fuzz from his sweater and discarding it to the ground.
Consider yourself in rare company. You've managed to pull one over on me. It won't happen again. I knew you had some sort of plan to disrupt our little party, but alas, I expected something a bit more impressive than incoherent rambling. No matter, your failures are yours to bear. Mr. Kerr? Yes, sir. It's a shame it was cut short, but I thank you for that rousing oratory. I will take it from here. Yes, sir, of course, sir. You've done quality work for me, William. You can look forward to the recompense we agreed upon.
Gave a bow of deference.
Founder, you are most gracious. Is that Sharper?
Gasps rippled through the crowd.
Thankfully, we can dispense with the formalities from here on out.
Solomon pulled a glass vial from his pocket.
Did he, like, de-age himself?
In one smooth motion, he downed its contents. A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips.
You can all call me Sharper Valentine.
His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
Ooh. You.
A hushed horror gripped the crowd. This is a story about change.
True. What? No. Ah, so you didn't see that coming. Good.
Sharper examined
Where'd he get the
his
soup
new
from?
hands.
Yeah, where'd he get the soup? Well, this is quite the improvement. Everything looks so much smaller now. Eleanor was right about one thing. This festival was a ruse. I wanted you all to witness my glorious return with your own eyes. Why does everyone look so downtrodden? This is a celebration, people. Maybe it'd help if we set the mood. Mr. Kerr, be a dear and reveal the sign. Sharper Valentine Festival. Ah, wonderful.
Sharper choked out a crude squawk of a laugh.
That's why Solomon and that other one were doing something to the sign.
Frustrated grumbles sprinkled through the crowd.
Sharper, you malicious bastard. I got malice. I'm glad you're back so I can tell you to your face. You destroyed this town. I ain't gonna let you get away with it again. Sorry, this is not the time for audience participation. Some assistance, Mr. Kerr.
Kerr gave a subtle nod to the clipboards.
You coward. Does anyone else have something to contribute?
Helpless quiet settled over the crowd.
I thought so. Did you all truly believe you could be free of me? A town of complete and utter fools. You people should be celebrating my return. You're clearly lost without me. And that leads me nicely to my children. Daddy? I gave you both the greatest gift a parent can give. The opportunity to prove yourself in my absence. Squandered. To say I'm disappointed would be an understatement. But Silence, Augustus, an adult is speaking. I don't know which is worse, a son who is completely hopeless, or a daughter with such potential who inevitably lets me down. Heiress, you fail me with admirable consistency. Thankfully, I was counting on it this time. Father, I have been wasting my time, my dear. What have you accomplished? I was focused on cementing your legacy. Legacy? Who needs a legacy when you can just live forever? But what about... It's alright, kiddo. I'm afraid you suffer from a complete lack of imagination. There's just no helping it. Now then, where's Joseph? You didn't take the opportunity to slip off, did you? Ah, there he is. Everyone should give him a hand. None of this would have been possible without Joseph. I think you've said enough. Nonsense. The people deserve to know how helpful and loyal you've been. I only did what I did because he left me no choice. You always had a choice, Joseph. You were simply too weak to take it. No matter, cheer up. You're about to be rich beyond your wildest dreams. You should follow Mr. Kerr's example. When I found him, he was in a sorrier state than any of you. An aging actor desperate to recapture his youth. He played his part and soon he'll be able to play the leading man again. Forever, in fact, if he remains loyal. That goes for all of you. Well, those who haven't already frittered away my goodwill. Beacon Pines is mine again, and I am willing to share its spoils in exchange for absolute loyalty. Are you saying William Kerr was never in charge of Perennial Harvest? Huh. You think that puffed up blatherskite could have accomplished all of this? Dawn, I suppose it's time for your big exclusive.
Sharper addressed the crowd with indignant pride. He'd planned this moment for so long that now, at the deed's fruition, it almost felt frivolous.
You see, I needed a figurehead to hold things down while I orchestrated my return. Someone to misdirect, lie, and bilk this town for a spell. So I invented William Kerr. Take your bow, you've earned it.
Mr. Kerr flourished a preposterously elaborate bow.
Patrick C. Montesquieu, Thespian Extraordinaire. At your service. Founder, I just want to thank you again for this opportunity. It truly was the role of a lifetime. Wait. So this Bill Kerr was a Pat C the whole time? Now that your secret is out in the open, what's to stop this town from rising up against you? Now that's the delicious part. Fear. Thanks to our clipboards, I know what each and every person in this town fears most, and I will make those fears manifest for anyone who steps out of line. The choice is simple. I'm not afraid of you. The young hero. I've kept a keen eye on you, boy. You and your friends made a habit of disrupting my plans. What a pity, if things would have gone a bit differently. You might have had your moment of triumph. But that's fate for you. You can't do this. Oh, but I can. I have won. Never underestimate what a great man can do given time. And now time is my plaything. Perhaps the most expensive thing I've ever bought, but well worth it.
Sharper coughed up one final laugh and cracked his knuckles.
Enough chit-chat. Let's get to work, shall we? The end.
And so, Sharper set about remaking the town in his own image. The fertilizer factory soon reopened for business. Sales rose steadily as more and more farmers across the countryside began to swear by its miraculous properties. Beacon Pines became famous, a secretive town that, for the right price, shared its gifts with all. Gifts that became more and more necessary in a world where winters grew longer and longer.
That they were causing.
The end.
That's also not great.
This is wrong, but things are becoming clearer now.
Mm-hmm.
You can feel it, right? We can't let Sharper win. He might just be the key to this whole thing. Let's see.
What the hell? What can I do? Oh, that's the end of that one. Aha! Malice. Okay, there we go. Windows to the soul. There was a malice lurking behind those eyes. Aha.
There was a malice lurking behind those eyes. Like a trap ready to spring.
Just run away.
Luca felt the weight of Nuncreed's hand on his shoulder. Something wasn't right. He didn't know why, but something was telling Luca to get out of there.
Yeah, just run. I just want this to all be over. Of course, I'm sure it'll all work out soon enough. I should get going. I told Roxy I'd check for Rollo at the treehouse.
Twisted free of Nuncreed's grasp.
Of course. Luca? You know your dad and I were good friends back in the day. You can come to me with anything. Anything at all. Yeah, it's fine. I'll pass. I know exactly what you'd do if I came close. Oh, and there's Solomon. Or should I say, Sharper. These festival decorations are a bit humdrum. Now, if I were to throw a festival, it'd be a thing to behold. I agree, this is all more than a little sad. It's worse than sad, it's boring. What if we did a little something to spice things up? I'm listening. You know that festival sign waiting to be unveiled? It would be a shame if
two
someone...
scurried off, eagerly formulating a plan.
I don't know who the hell that other one is, though. I don't believe they have a name. Oh, the diner's not open. Damn. I thought it would have been. Oh. Oh, look who it is. Identify yourself, please. Nellie Moodwill. I work here now. I'm unable to locate you on our staff roll. I don't officially start until tomorrow. Mr. Kerr said I could come in early tonight to get a few things done. Hold, please. Clearance authorized. Thank you. Our harvest awaits. Uh-huh. Okay. Whoa. Oops. You could get a wrench to the noggin sneaking up on a guy like that. Don't scare him while he's junking, Sonny. Evening, Jeff. Isn't it kind of late to be junking? Might as well ask you the same thing at you. Find anything good? But ever since Perennial Harvest moved in, even the junk is trash. You can learn a lot about a person by looking at what they throw away. With this bunch, it's all shredded paper and coffee cups. Well, I'd better get going. Didn't see nothing if you didn't see nothing. See what? Exactly. Okay. Oop. So I guess we're going to the treehouse. I don't need to do anything here except caught everything. As far as I know. I wanted to do the diner. Like minigame, but maybe I did all those. Righto.
He aired a long holler into the woods.
Rollo! Snake! Rollo, wherever you are, I hope you're okay.
Luca felt his eyes getting heavy and plopped into the beanbag. He conceded to its lumpy embrace.
And fell asleep. There we go. Easy enough.
Once again, Luca found himself in a vast black expanse.
Another, nightmare.
This time, he knew exactly where to go. He took a single confident step forward. The world flickered and pulsed. He found himself standing in front of the frigid air of a blazing campfire. The source. He plopped down cross-legged and gazed into the cold flame, waiting. Soon enough, the fire began to die out, popping sporadically, until all that was left was a single ember. Luca stood up and dusted himself off. He plucked the glowing ember from the cold ash, examined it, and slid it into his pocket. A keepsake. The voice of his father spoke behind him. "You made me proud, Buckaroo." Luca turned to face him. "Dad, what is this place?" A warm grin grew across his father's face. "A place where everything that has been and everything that could be all wait together." Luca found himself staring at his father's face, trying as hard as he could to memorize every single detail. Wait? For what? Another voice spoke out as Luca's doppelganger stepped forward.
Now the doppelganger's back.
Up to you. Without knowing why, Luca began to weep. Is any of this real? Are you real? Luca's father bent down to smudge away a tear. Of course. I'm as real as the part of you that misses me. Luca turned to look at the older version of himself. And you? The doppelganger choked back tears. I'm as real as the part of you that's angry he's gone. Does that make sense? Through his tears, Luca laughed. I think so. His father pulled him in for an embrace.
Wow, this is like
Buckaroo.
This is like one of the only ones that wasn't a nightmare. That's a good sign.
Luca
Hey!
was startled from his dream by a banging on the floor.
Also known as a knock. Are you in
A
there?
commanding voice rumbled from below.
Is it Rolo?
Just as Luca sprang to lock the entry hatch, the door knocked open.
Ooh.
Chapter 5. Dangers big and small.
Ooh.
Luca stumbled back. He heard the rope ladder creak under significant weight.
It's Rolo then.
Keeping his eyes fixed on the hatch, he inched backward to the balcony. As his hand grasped the door handle, Luca froze. A large figure clumsily wriggled up through the hole.
Non-greed? Wait. Stop right there. Or I'll... Oh my god, it's Rolo. What? Sheesh, I know it's dark and all, but I figured you'd recognize me. Who are
The
you?
large figure cocked its head inquisitively.
It's me, Rolo. Stop now or I'll clobber you with a baseball bat. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Take it easy. Luca, you need to get your eyes checked. It's me, Rolo. Nice try, but I know you aren't Rolo. You're like one of his random uncles or something. Where is he? Uncle? Luca, quit messing around. It's me. If it really is you, prove it. Flaming chicken coop, Luca.
Luca's jaw dropped.
Why is he older?
He peered more closely at the man standing in front of him. Something about him was undeniably Rolo,
But he's older.
only bigger, older,
Stronger. Faster.
changed.
What the hell? How? What happened to you? When I was running away, I ran into more people in those yellow suits. They grabbed me and dragged me away. What? Where did they take you? Dunno, they threw a bag over my head. It was cold and smelled like a swimming pool. I think it was an underground lab or something. They made my hands all big. Look.
Rolo proudly presented his hands to Luca.
Pretty sweet, right? I mean, it wouldn't be my first pick for a superpower. But beggars can't be choosers. Rolo, it wasn't just your hands. My feet too? Dang, Pa just made me new shoes. Wait, Luca, why are you so small?
Luca moved to the side and pointed Rolo to his reflection in the balcony window.
What the?
His hands shot up to his face.
Holy Toledo! Rolo, what did they do to you? They made me drink some sort of green crud. Ew. Actually, it wasn't too bad. It kinda tasted like licorice. Oh. I passed out and woke up like this. And then I smashed open my cage and escaped. Whoa, you smashed open a cage? Kinda. At least I think I did. It's all a bit of a blur. They had you in a cage. Who are these people? I don't know who did this to you, but we're gonna fix it. Fix it? This is awesome! Well, I'm just glad you're safe now. Luca, you don't need to worry about me. Sure, I got snatched, but look at it this way. I got snatched. I know where snatched people go. We finally have a lead on what happened to your family. Oh god, hiccups. Maybe you're right, but this all seems dangerous. Danger? Huh.
Rolo shadowboxed a few jabs.
I'll take them all on. Hey fellas, what's up? That's why she wears the hat. Because of the green goo.
With a yelp, Rolo dove behind Luca.
Yeah, take cover. Did I come at a bad time? Who the heck are you? This is Beck. Sorry, something truly bizarre just happened and I need help. I don't know where else to go. So, you're just hanging out here with your large adult friend? No, this is my buddy Rolo. This is your missing friend? One and the same. He seems a little old. I'll have you know, this is a recent development. What the heck does that mean? No, I'm sorry. You're the one who just showed up out of nowhere. So we'll be asking the questions here. That's fair. How did you find us? Your silly little treehouse? I think you mean our silly little mission control. I hate to break it to you, but your secret path isn't so secret. And I could hear your racket from a mile away. See, Luca? This is why we need to improve security around here. Not now, Rolo. Beck, you said something bizarre happened. Yeah, but...
She shot a nervous glance at Rolo.
Anything you can say around me, you can say around Rolo. This has been a weird day all around, hasn't it? Yeah, that's why she has blue hair. Because of the goo. Yep.
Beck's eyes narrowed.
Okay, so it all started when I made it back home. My first order of business was to try to salvage my hair. So I dyed it with some of the chemistry... with some stuff from the chemistry set my mom gave me. Okay. Just need to play it cool. And hope no one notices. Notices what? Oh, nothing, I was just... come over here and let me have a look. Oh, honey, what in the world did you do to your hair? It just kind of felt like a change. This is going to take forever to grow out. You were the one who said that change was a good thing, right? I was talking about your mother's new job. I was talking about us moving. Well, I guess I just took your lesson to heart.
Mona tried to put on a smile.
Before I forget, I came up here to tell you that Nellie had to go into work. Tonight? Her and Mr. Kerr decided it'd be good for her to get some things done before tomorrow. That Kerr guy seems like a grade A creep. Beck. He is. Him and his weird cult of personality. You are not going to ruin this job for Nellie. It means too much to her. Oh, I know exactly how much it means to her. It means enough to her to exile her daughter to this podunk town. This place sucks. The people are weird. You just don't know them yet. It's always cold. We're in the mountains. You'll get used to it. I can't even pick up a single decent station on the radio. It's all banjo music and farm reports. You know I grew up in a town not that different from this one. Is that why you're better at talking to plants than people? Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. First of all, you're grounded. What? In the morning I'll have Nellie come and see what we can do about fixing your hair. You need to look presentable at the festival. But not another
She
peep.
sighed, and after a moment, looked down at Beck sympathetically.
I know moving is hard, honey. But that doesn't mean you have to make yourself miserable all the time. Other people seem to have that covered for me. Oh, and if you decide to rebel by dyeing your hair more...
She flashed a sly grin and tousled Beck's hair.
We'll cut it off. Ah, I'll just shave it off for you. Think of how rebellious you'll look then. Very funny. Thank you. Good night, sweetie. Good night, Mom. Wait. First of all, this town does not suck. Second, you need help because you got grounded. No. I'm sorry you got in trouble. It's my fault that your hair got screwed up in the first place. Don't worry about it, I actually kinda like this look. Great. Can we get back to the story now? This next part is the important bit. I have this radio I upgraded with my mom, and I was too angry to sleep. So I tried to dial in something worth listening to. Heard a secret message. Mr. Kerr, are you there? Mr. Kerr? Yes, I'm busy. What is it? Apologies, I have the founder on the line. Patch him through immediately. One moment. Hello, sir. It's so nice to hear from you. Skip the pleasantries. What's your report on our new lead researcher of deep engineering? Nellie Mewdwill seems to be integrating nicely. At this very moment, she's working to help us meet our deadline. She offered to work overtime before I even had the chance to suggest it. Excellent. And you have faith that she's capable of finishing the work left by her predecessor. Her work must be complete before the festival. I will make sure she stays day and night until it's accomplished. Good. You know how I feel about loose ends. Yes, sir. Once she's finished the work, we need to make a determination regarding her long-term prospects in the company. Immediately, sir. I usually have more time to fully bring people into the fold. We are in the end game, Bill. After your failures with Dr. Prescott, I can't afford to take any more risks. Of course, sir. No loose ends, sir. Wait, Dr. Prescott was the guy in the dumpster. That was the body. Once she finishes the work, she will either leave the office completely committed to perennial harvest, or she won't leave at all. Perfect. So, if I might suggest, maybe we should delay just for a bit. Oh? It's just we seem to be rushing to hit this festival deadline, and rushing into things has caused some issues in the past. I see. Please understand that I just want what's best for you. I'm eternally grateful for all you've done for me. Bill, I'll make this very clear for you. I brought you in to make things run smoothly, not to have opinions. Of course, sir. Chin up, Bill. You are only a few days away from having everything you ever dreamed of. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Whoa. Yeah. Just so we're clear, when they said loose ends, they were talking about murder, right? Like actually killing someone. Capital
Luca
murder.
gave Rollo a quick elbow to the ribs.
Who's this founder? I was hoping you guys would know. Now, as far as we know, Kerr is the top banana at Perennial Harvest. He sounded scared of this founder guy. So we have an even topper banana on the field. What the hell is my mum caught up in? Has she talked about the job much? Not really. She said she was going to come in and continue the work of someone she respected. Luca, do you think that body at the warehouse was the person Beck's mom came to replace? That'd make sense. Beck, it seems like Nellie's predecessor got, loose-ended. I'm getting that impression. Okay, so we need to get your mum out of there before the festival happens. That's 2 days away. Won't she just come home after work? The creep on the radio said they were going to hold her there until then. So if she's not coming out, we gotta go in and get her.
Flicked a large sheet of paper out of her pocket and slammed it on the floor.
Maybe this'll help. You have blueprints? Well, it's really just a welcome map for my mum's PH orientation day. But it shows the layout. Sure looks like blueprints to me. Look, here's the reception area. There's a big room marked Founder's Office. It even has the exits marked. Guys. We have a deadline. We have an objective. We have blueprints. You realise what this is,
Rollo
right?
started to wiggle with excitement.
He's just a big child now. I think we're heisting. This is officially a heist. Ooh.
Chapter 6. The Heist.
Ooh.
They spent the night's end huddled around that small map,
Plotting
formulating
and
a plan to
planning.
infiltrate the headquarters of Perennial Harvest. It would be no small feat, a modern facility equipped with all manner of technology. Not to mention the swarm of clipboards that would most certainly be scattered throughout.
True.
By the time the sun began to peek through the car window used as a makeshift balcony door, all were in agreement. This could just work. The final day before the festival would be used to prepare. They'd need to pool every resource at their disposal, pull every favor with a thread. Even enlist some unsavory characters around town with important tasks only they were suited for.
Ooh.
Luckily, there was enough ill will and mistrust toward Perennial Harvest that alliances could be found at a bargain.
That's true.
Luca, Beck, and Rollo rubbed their eyes as they exited the treehouse. They hadn't slept at all that night. There was no time. The festival was to begin in 1 day, and they each had their assignments.
Is no one going to question that Rollo's massive? Alright, quick recap. Rollo, you're going to talk to Roxy. Cordially. Without her in fits, this whole thing could go bust. Me, Cordial is my middle name. Uh-huh. And how do you plan to explain your new...
Looked vaguely at Rollo's sizable figure.
circumstance? Well, she'll be so happy I'm alive she won't even
Beck
notice.
snorted an involuntary giggle.
And Beck, you're sure? Elena won't just shoot this whole thing down when she hears it? She'll listen. Once she understands the danger Nellie is in, the danger we're all in, the plan will make sense. Okay. That leaves me with Jeff. Then Iggy. How are you gonna persuade him? I'll think of
They
something.
each looked at each other with sleepy confidence and nodded.
Oh, Godspeed. Who's Jeff? Unless the help of Jeff. Unless the help of Iggy and Tish. Jeff. I don't know who Jeff is. Are you Jeff? Oh. Jeff's the sloth. Yeah, I just remembered. Can I go in the diner? Nope. Damn. I don't know where he'll be. Unless he's here. Aha! Hey Jeff, what can I do for you? Well, I know how much you hate Perennial Harvest. Hate's a strong word. Oh, sorry, I mean, I didn't say it was the wrong word. Gotcha. So, we're gonna break into the headquarters and I thought you might be able to help.
Jeff wheezed out a long snicker.
You see, I knew you kids were alright. Great, so you'll
Joy
help?
in Jeff's face drained instantly.
Not a chance. But Give me one good reason I should risk my hide, aiding and abetting your
Looking
rascals.
into the sullen eyes of his would-be accomplice, Luca blurted out the first word that came to mind.
Whoa. So they can hide? Hide.
Jeff's brow perked up.
What'd you say? Go ahead and hide then.
Sensing some traction, Luca carried on with vigor.
Oh. Let a bunch of kids do what needs to be done. We're not afraid.
Jeff's scowl faded with a sigh.
Say what you will about old Jeff, and they all do. But you'll never hear him say I hid from nothing.
One good stomp of the foot was all Jeff needed to drive his point home.
What was it you kids needed? Some sort of disguise. I've got just the thing. While we're at it, that crate should come in handy. This ain't gonna be free, you know. I'm thinking 5 bags of sour gob should do it. I should cover it. Put it on my tab.
Luca offered out his open hand to seal the deal. With a firm and dusty grip, Jeff reciprocated.
Done. Swing by first thing in the morning. Nice. Now we just need to find Iggy and Tish. I don't know where the hell they are. Well, the only place I've really seen them is outside of Perennial Harvest. And that's about it. Unless they're over here. Aha! Hey Tish, look who it is. Luca, are you here to try and tickle us to death again? Look, just hear me out.
Raised an eyebrow suspiciously.
We're listening. Iggy, I know we've both been giant bags of malice. Giant bags of shit. Shit to each other.
He gave a reluctant shrug.
You're not wrong. But lately life has been kinda... strange? You know?
He considered the point.
Things have been weird around here. So I'm offering a truce and asking for your help. What do you say we... break? Break our hostilities, at least for now. We do like breaking things. Even if a truce means less breaking things. What if I told you there was a way we have a truce and break stuff? Go on. I need you to cause a distraction so I can sneak into Perennial Harvest HQ.
A wild-eyed grin spread across Iggy's face.
My, Luca Van Horn. I'm impressed. And after all this is done, maybe you and Tish can come hang out at the treehouse sometime.
He glanced over to Tish, who nodded in agreement.
Fine. But not because we want to see your crappy treehouse. We just like to cause
With a
chaos.
quick nod, Luca was off.
That was easy. Did you hear that, Tish?
Iggy gazed up at Tish with a smile.
He invited us to hang out at the
A single
treehouse.
tear ran down Tish's cheek.
I never expected this day to come. How wonderful. She actually spoke.
Chapter 7.
So that made Iggy very happy.
Into the hive.
Ooh.
A good heist requires preparation.
A lot of prep.
And thorough preparation takes time. Something they had precious little of.
You have barely a day.
So far, everything was in order. Jeff, Iggy, and Tish all agreed to do their part. Beck radioed Luca that night with a simple and covert message. We are locked and loaded on my end. And Rollo, after a lengthy confession, managed to persuade Roxy and Fitz to help.
Sweet.
He stowed away in mission control for the night to avoid attracting attention.
Given his
Rollo,
large frame.
being uniquely suited for the role, would be the first to breach Perennial Harvest. The outfit provided by Jeff wasn't perfect, but a convincing disguise is 10% wardrobe, 90% confidence. Rollo
What on
took a
earth
few
is he
vigorous
wearing?
breaths and shook out his arms.
He's just wearing a mustache. Oh, is he being like, I'm a plumber or mechanic or something? I'm here to repair your pipes. Just stay calm, Rollo. You can do this. Oh, got your delivery, yeah? Delivery? I don't have anything in my notes about delivery. One moment. I'm so sorry, but there's no delivery schedule for this morning.
He
Right.
had to think quick.
That's because this goes directly to the founder. He asked that it be kept
Rollo
secret.
sighed, adjusting his tool belt.
You know how the founder can be. I suppose we can leave this one off the records. That was easy. Our harvest awaits and
With
such.
a stroke of his mustache, Rollo proceeded into the Perennial Harvest headquarters.
As if. Our harvest awaits. Package here for the founder. Oh, I didn't hear anything about. Yeah, this is a need-to-know kind of thing. I'll just check.
He stammered and flipped through the pages of his clipboard.
This goes directly to the founder. I don't have time to fill you in. Oh, I see. If you could just complete this
Rollo
form.
interrupted with urgency in his voice.
Every time with the forms. Look, if you want to explain to the founder why I'm late, well, it's your funeral. I'm sorry. What'd you say your name was again?
Rollo
I'm...
panicked.
Our harvest awaits. Sir? That's a restricted area. Excuse me, sir. Shit. Our harvest awaits. Ready, I like this candle, Tish. Yep. Suck on this, perennial ham-fist. What was that?
Distraction was enough for Rollo to regain his confidence.
Just open the damn door. I've got a job to do.
Clipboard fumbled around in a frenzy.
I should check on that noise. Oh, come on! Just buzz me in already. Okay. Hey! Is Luca in the box? Or is it Luca and Beck? That was close. Hey! Our harvest awaits. Hey, I figure. When in doubt, stick with the classics. Well, that was a close one. But you pulled it off. Nice work, Rollo. Alright, everyone knows what to do? Yep. Deep engineering is to the north. I'll go with Beck. In case you need some muscle. I'll head east to the founder's office. You two be safe. Ah, okay. Locate the founder's office. Is this a stealth mission? That's odd. There's not even any water cups for the water. Now that is odd. Oh god. I don't know which way I should go. It's a maze. Oh no, it is a maze. You can do it! The hallway to nowhere. What's going on here? Is this some sort of mind game? No, it's, inspirational quotes. What the hell? The layout of this place makes no sense. Oh, a plant. This whole place just feels fake. But of all things, a fake plant? Oh. Oh, well there we go. Ooh. Solomon?
Solomon stopped in his tracks.
Luca? What are you doing here? It's a long story. Are you okay?
A veneer of confusion flashed across Solomon's face.
Yeah, considering we now know that that is actually Sharper.
His words rushed out dramatically.
No, I am most certainly not okay. Some strange people grabbed me and... Were they in hazmat suits? Yes, how did you know? They brought me here and locked me up when they... And when they were distracted, I ran. Hey, okay. You stick with me, we've got a plan.
Solomon's facade briefly faltered.
We? Yes, Rollo and Beck are headed to deep engineering. Thank heavens you found me. We gotta get out of here. We can't leave just yet, but they'll catch us again. I gotta do something first. When you were running, did you happen to see a door marked Founder? Founder? Why are you looking for him? I'm not, I just need to get into that office. Now that you mention it, I do think I saw a door that said Founder. It's just down this way.
I happened to notice a plaque above the door.
Office of the Founder. Knocking comes with consequence. Oh, here it is. So it is. It's pretty lucky that I ran into you, or else I might have missed it. Truly
Luca
fortunate.
tried the handle.
Locked.
Solomon leaned forward forward to examine the mechanism.
Regrettably, it seems to be some sort of electronic lock. I don't see how we could possibly defeat a lock
Luca
like that.
smiled and looked at his watch.
Let's just wait a minute. What the hell are you doing? Is she just gonna smash the electrics? I don't know what sort of funny business you're up to, but I like it.
She mimed a quick hat tip and ambled off with a whistle.
Oh my god, that's incredible. Howdy. Good afternoon.
The light on the keypad changed from red to green.
How did you do that? It's good to have friends. Quick, let's get inside before someone spots us. Yeah. I mean, we don't know that Solomon is
Luca
sharper,
switched on
so,
his
you know.
walkie-talkie.
Rolo, I'm in. As expected, there's a control panel. Great timing. We're stuck at a locked door marked 24601. Need you to get us through. What if someone catches us? We should get out of here. I'm not leaving my friend Solomon.
On the computer screen, a green cursor blinked in a password field.
Surely you don't have a way to get around the password.
Luca pecked out his best guess. Underground secrets. The screen blinked to life.
It's just gonna be like,
Columns of green numbers glowed on a black background.
how? How did you just guess that? Oh, it's this absurd password Rolo had when he was... Oh, when he was down here before. It's funny how someone arrogant enough to call themselves the founder uses such a basic password. Or they were thinking several moves ahead, not expecting anyone to guess something so simple. These villain types always end up outsmarting themselves.
Solomon's jaw clenched into a half smile.
Yeah, it's because we're insulting him. Your powers of deduction are as impressive as your
Luca
luck.
quickly scanned the columns for number 24601.
Rolo, I think this should do it. Bingo. Bingo bango. Doors open, Luca. You never fail to impress. What is that slippery lout even doing down here? We have a friend whose mom is in trouble. We're here to get her out. I see. Okay, Luca, I think we're close. The next door's marked 13806.
Again, Luca scrutinized the numbers on the screen. In that moment of distraction, Solomon reached forward and pressed a large red button.
Maybe this one opens the lock. Crap, we got company. Luca, must go faster. One sec, I can't think with all this
Luca
noise.
skimmed the screen with his finger.
Here it is, 13806. Go, go, go. Guess he's fumbling hands. My apologies, Luca. Don't beat yourself up. I know you're just trying to help. Liar. Oh, it's just clipboards that are chasing them. Hey, they're nearby. Knock it over. Oh man. No water cups. Of course. Oh, they're gonna run into a dead end. Rolo, are you okay? Rolo, come in.
Mr.
Hey, it's Mr. Kerr.
approached with a sneer and spoke into his walkie-talkie.
You can turn off the alarms. They're trapped.
Self-satisfaction, he called into the hallway.
That, my dears, is a dead end. Nowhere to run. Rolo, where are you? You okay? Yeah, I think we lost him. Making our way back to Nellie's office. Sneaky buggers. Okay, you two rabble-rousers are coming with us. Nope. Ooh! Make a break for it. All you did was kick him. Did that little shit just kick me? Just stand there, after them. Okay, I think that worked. Roxy and Fitz have them on a wild goose chase. I'm having trouble following what just happened. Like I said, it's good to have friends. Rolo, how long do you think Roxy will distract him? How long can Roxy keep someone so pissed off they can't see straight? Let's just say we got time. Entering Nellie's office now. Mom! Oh, honey, what did you do to your hair? I thought you'd be happy. I finally used the young chemist's lab kit. You certainly have a knack for making me incredibly proud in the most frustrating ways. We need to get you out of here. We? Who is your adult friend? I'm not an adult. Never heard of a growth spurt? I had more of a growth spew. No, that's not possible.
Nellie leaned over to examine his teeth.
Substantial banding on the enamel of the molars, consistent with Tempest liquamine exposure. Is that what you call the gunk they forced me to drink? You drank it? Oh no. They told me it was only being tested on plants. Oh, Beck, sweetie, I promise I didn't know. Well, what the hell is going on at this place? I was brought here to work on the discovery of a lifetime. A novel chemical compound was discovered under Beacon Pines in a wellspring they called the Source. They named it Tempest liquamine. It pulls energy from its surroundings in order to fundamentally alter matter's relationship to time. It was the secret to Valentine's fertilizer. They harvested the source, infusing small amounts of Tempest liquamine into the product. It worked wonders, drastically accelerating plant growth. Crops would be ready to harvest in a fraction of the time, but it led to complications. The foul harvest. Perennial harvest came in to clean up the mess, to succeed where Valentine failed. But Tempest liquamine is rebellious. Rebellious? You can think of it as a manifestation of change itself. It's volatile by its very nature. So the more you try to force it to do a specific thing, the more it resists, yes. I can relate to that. My role was to finish the work of my predecessor, Dr. Prescott. Harnessing Tempest liquamine reliably manipulate an organism's age. Just imagine how many people we could feed. Mr. Kerr was very insistent that we achieve a successful result before today's festival. But you didn't,
Nellie
right?
sighed.
You know how much I love good puzzle. I popped myself into the problem. It wasn't long until I discovered oddities in Dr. Prescott's notes. Oddities? They contained obvious errors. Mistakes that someone of his reputation would never make. So I fixed them and now I get to replace my entire wardrobe. I really am truly sorry. Those clothes were all hand-me-downs anyway. It sounds like Dr. Prescott figured it out, got cold feet, and intentionally sabotaged his own work. I had considered that possibility. I sent a letter asking him to clarify his thinking. Mom, Dr. Prescott is dead. Kerr had him killed. What? I overheard them talking about it on the radio. It's why we gotta get you out of here. Like, now. Wait, the vial. I finally solved the chemical equation, allowing direct control of aging. Mr. Kerr picked it up just before you came. All the more reason we gotta hightail it. Look how we got Dr. Moodwell. Heading your way now. Roger that. Be careful. Alright, everything's on track. And what's your plan to escape? We'll go everything when they get here. In the meantime, maybe we can dig up some more info. Malice 80 proof whiskey. A hard drink for a hard man. Oh, even his alcoholics get arrogant.
Muttered inaudibly.
I should just smother you right now. What's that? I said I shouldn't bother you right now. Don't be silly, you're not bother at all.
Luca tugged on each of the cabinets.
God. Dang, this must be the good stuff. They're all locked. Perhaps he's not as careless as you suspected. Let's see what else this bad boy has on it. Security system, time card logs, payroll. You know, for being so evil, this guy sure is boring.
Solomon once again muttered under his breath.
Just you wait. Huh? No, nothing. I just love how he's constantly... We're just pissing him off. It looks like the founder was helping Kerr plan the festival. Why would such a secretive leader be obsessed with a party? Only time will tell.
Held his hand up to the ashtray.
Still warm. He must have been in here recently. Now isn't that odd, considering we found someone in this very room. Very strange. Really sorry you got dragged into this mess, Solomon. You needn't worry about me. Well, I feel bad either way. We're gonna get you out of this, I promise.
With a subtle, quivering lip, a smile crawled across Solomon's face. They heard the trampling of frantic footsteps from the hallway.
Lock it, lock it, lock it. Locked. That was close. When we left Nellie's office, it was swarming with clipboards. We barely got away. Did they follow you? Rollo. Before we start tossing blame around, is it possible someone ordered a pizza? We'd love to hear your thoughts. Definitely not pizza. What now? And look at me, I'm officially retiring from the heisting business. We're so sorry for the inconvenience. We just have a few quick questions. Let me think. Can someone watch the door? Of course. Everyone else huddle up. Oops. I think this little caper has gone on long enough. Solomon, no! Hush now, child, the adults are speaking. Dr. Moodwell, a brief reintroduction is in order. We've never met in person, but we have corresponded. You see, it was I who hired you. Solomon, the pathetic orphan child, the powerful and enigmatic founder. Sharper, the fallen progenitor who created this town. Perennial harvest Valentine fertilizer. All connected by a single thread. Yours truly. But that's...
Her eyes searched the floor in thought. Solomon watched eagerly, waiting for the flicker of epiphany. With a sickened look, she peered into his soul.
Yes, now you've got it. Tempus Liquamine. You discovered how to reverse the process.
Solomon clapped with genuine delight.
Very good, Dr. Moodwell. Very good. Though the discovery wasn't intentional.
Solomon glanced down, examining his youthful form.
And the effects went a little too far for my tastes. That's why you needed me to finish Dr. Prescott's work. Which you did admirably. Mr. Kerr, the vial, please.
Presented it with a theatrical twirl of the hand.
May I present to you the 8th wonder of the...
Before he could finish, Rollo snatched the vial from Kerr's palm.
Wow, this stuff sounds pretty valuable. Be careful, you fool. You have no idea what you have in your hand. Actually, we do. You just did a whole evil villain monologue thingy about it.
Rollo casually tossed the vial to Luca.
Gosh, maybe I'll have a taste.
Tickled the vial mockingly.
Seize him! Luca, over here! Move another inch and I smash
She held
it.
tightly behind her back. Solomon sighed, speaking in crisp, measured syllables.
You have no plan. I'll smash it, I swear. Fine, risk killing us all. Or if you're lucky, nothing happens. Then what? We capture you and grant you much less leniency.
He pursed his lips with feigned sincerity.
But I give you my word, if you hand it over now, none of you will be harmed.
Deep uncertainty washed over Beck.
You're a smart girl, Beck. But there's no shame in being outwitted by someone smarter than you. We both know there is only one way this
She
ends.
looked to Nellie shakily. With a dispirited nod, Nellie sighed in defeat. Beck slowly approached Solomon.
That's a good girl. Beck, don't do it. We can't trust that jerk. Sorry, he's right.
With apprehension, Beck conceded. Solomon pocketed the vial and brushed off his shoulder with a sharp flick.
Mr. Kerr, you have allowed yourself to be humiliated by a group of children. Report to my office tomorrow for a performance
The
review.
blood drained from Kerr's face.
Of course, sir. But first you have a speech to make. Trot out there and give me the introduction I deserve. And don't forget to smile. Yes, sir. And to think, all of this is thanks to the efforts of Mr. Van Horn. I don't understand. How is this all because of me? I said Mr. Van Horn, silly child. Dr. Walt Van Horn. Your father was always a thorn in my side. I offered him an opportunity to be a part of something great. But the fool was blinded by righteousness. He even broke into my laboratory in an attempt to sabotage my
Solomon
work.
shook his head with gratification.
But the universe had a funny way of correcting course. By meddling with a force he didn't understand, Walt showed me its true potential. As fate would have it, Luca, your father's dying act was to grant me eternal life.
Muffled applause resonated faintly through the walls.
Well, that's my cue. And the festivities, after the festivities, and my subsequent ascension, I will return to deal with you all. Until then, I suggest you use this time to reflect on the magnitude of your failure. You three keep post outside the door. Well, crap. Oh. Can't believe Beck sold us out like that. I'm not sure she had any other choice. So what now? What's the plan? Don't have one. Of course you do. You always have a plan. Rollo. You just need some time. Rollo, it's over. We lost.
Nellie was staring at the floor, deep in thought.
Sorry, Luca. Give me a minute to calm my mind. Hey. Sorry, Luca. I did what I had to do. I know, it's just, we were so close. I've got a feeling that eventually Solomon will get what's coming to him. Time wounds all heals. Well, time seems like less of an issue for him now. Luca, there's something you should know. After Mr. Kerr locked me in that office, I had nothing but time and curiosity. I poked around a bit, hoping to find a means of escape, but I found something else. A note, hidden in a false drawer. What sort of note? Dr. Prescott must have sensed his time at Perennial Harvest was growing short. So he left behind a letter with the hope it would be found by his successor. It was a confession of sorts. He left it for me, but its contents... Luca, I think they were meant for you. Why, what did it say? It was about an incident with your mother. Dr. Prescott found her in his lab with a stolen keycard. There was an accident. She'd been exposed to extreme amounts of Tempest liquamine.
The color dropped from Luca's face.
That's why she aged so much. She survived. Dr. Prescott decided to help her recover. He no longer trusted Perennial Harvest, so he kept her whereabouts a secret. Over time, your mother led him to reconsider the purpose of scientific discovery. Science is often the vanguard of change, but that doesn't mean it's always right. He realized that no one should have control over something as powerful as time itself. I now believe that's why he began to intentionally sabotage his work, and it cost him his life. That's a reasonable conclusion.
Luca was overwhelmed with emotion.
But if she's alive, where has she been? Where is she now?
A sudden explosion sounded from the hall.
Is that her? She's gonna pop on through?
Chapter 8.
Ooh.
Comeuppance.
Ooh, that's a good sounding chapter.
Ears still ringing, Gran picked herself up off the ground. Through the dust and smoke, she looked over to see Mrs. Fratelli helping Hiram Tolliver to his feet.
Oh.
She'd had to beg, borrow, and steal to acquire those explosives. How many nights had she spent visualizing how she'd use them to make things right? And now, her one shot at destroying the source, that damned hole that swallowed so much of her life, was gone. Traded for this jagged hole in a wall and a foolhardy shot at rescuing Rollo.
Aha!
With Fratelli and Tolliver at her side, she stepped through. It was a strange feeling. The last time she'd stalked this maze of hallways, it was in a different body.
Well, it was her same body, it was just younger.
They quickly rounded a corner to find a group of clipboards guarding a door. Something worth guarding is probably something worth seeing. She leapt forward, brandishing her cane. If her last chance at vengeance for things lost was truly gone, she would just have to fight to keep what she still had.
Ooh. Hey! Gran, what are you doing here? Luca, what are you doing here? We're here to save Nellie. We're here to save Rollo. Hey, Mrs. Lucas Gran. That's awful nice of you, but I'm fine. Oh no, what did they... Gran, there's no time to explain, we have to go now. Come on everyone, we've got a party to crash. Well, there we go.
They made their way out from deep within Perennial Harvest, just as Solomon finished up his speech.
Thankfully, we can dispense with the formalities from here on out.
Solomon pulled a glass vial from his pocket.
We gotta stop him.
In one smooth motion, he downed its contents. A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips.
No! Well, I guess that's it. We lost. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Did she do something?
With a mischievous look, Beck elbowed Luca. Remember when I had the vial behind my back?
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little junk change malice. Huh?
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little malice.
The whiskey from his office? Yep, dude had an unfinished glass on his desk. Figured his grow juice could use a little hair of the dog. You can all call me Sharper Valentine.
His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
Ooh. Ooh. He exploded. Now that's what I call 80 proof whiskey. Damn, dude.
The crowd gazed in stunned silence at the now empty stage. The quiet was broken when William Kerr sprinted off stage and into the distance. He was never seen around Beacon Pines, or anywhere else for that matter, again. Watching the silhouette of Kerr disappear over the horizon, Luca began to laugh. First, a low chuckle that became uncontrolled, heaving laughter. Through his tears, he was vaguely aware that the crowd had begun to laugh with him. The end. That was unexpected. Perhaps a bit of an absurd ending for my taste, but who am I to say? I'm only writing the damn thing.
Alright, so the vial. Chain junk. Yeah, I'm thinking what would be the actual correct answer.
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little junk.
Can't wait to see. Oh god. The look on his face when he realises he drank his own cigar ash. How did ashes get into the vial? It's pretty easy to mess with the vial when it was behind my back. Oh, that's sneaky. Well, it's a bad habit anyway. But always says, bad habits are like 50-yard field goals. Huh? Hard to kick. You can all call me...
His body and face...
Yeah. So what happens this time? What happened? It turned him into dust. Well, that's one way to kick a bad habit.
As the last of what was once Sharper Valentine wafted into the air, the crowd began to disperse, still numb from what they had just observed. Sharper Valentine was gone for good. His end would be a new beginning for Beacon Pines. A new chance to let go of the things they had lost and grab hold of a new future. The end.
I don't like that ending either.
Well, I'd be lying if I said that wasn't a bit gratifying. If that feels to you like a good note to end on, I won't stand in your way.
Nah. A little bit of change. This is a story about change, after all. How is this going to affect him, though?
Might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little change.
Unless you mean, like, loose change. Like, pocket change. You're a lucky penny. Oh, it does actually mean that. Yeah, I plopped it in the vial when no one was looking. What's that gonna do? No idea. That's the beauty of science. Now we observe. Sharper Valentine.
His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
What the hell? Oh, it went backwards. Holy crap, he's a baby? Yeah, but he's still Sharper, right? What he was no longer matters. This is an innocent child. I apologize for all the harm my father has caused you.
Eris awkwardly cradled the squirming child. She looked to her brother, her voice shaking with uncertainty.
Augustus, what do we... We do what Valentines always do. What must be done? I'll hurry home and prepare a crib for father. Young Sharper. That'd be a great help. Thank you.
She looked back down at the infant with equal parts kindness and terror in her eyes. With a shake of her head, Eris addressed the crowd with a stern scowl.
Okay, everyone, the show is over. You may leave now. Oh.
Epilogue.
Hey, I made it.
Beacon Pine's coldest summer on record came and went without much fanfare. Folks shared what they had, and none were left wanting. The new school year was ushered in by the falling leaves of autumn. After everything Luca, Rollo, and Beck had been through, middle school was bearable. The chill of winter didn't seem to bother people much. They kindled a hope for a better future in their hearts. When spring arrived, farmers planted their crops with a sense of joy and optimism. And as the dawn of the first day of summer came again, its light slowly spread through the shallow valley. It crept over the town square, across the river, past the neglected welcome sign, and came to rest on a young boy sleeping at dawn, his mind at peace, knowing he is here for a reason.
Aye, we saved the world. Is he putting on the sweater? Yep. But why? Wait. Rollo, are you up yet? Roger that. It's a beautiful day at Mission Control. You gonna swing by? Be there in a minute. Check in with Rollo at the treehouse.
Over time, Eleanor began moving Walt's old things out of the closet and into storage.
That's what was in there. Okay.
Eleanor had moved back into her bedroom. And now that she wasn't sneaking out late, she even slept there most nights.
Hey! No, I'm ready to go now. You go on without me. I'll meet you there. I've got a batch of jam to finish jarring. It's funny. I only started making jam as a way to send messages without anyone noticing, but now I enjoy it. Cost. Oops. Oh. I heard you and Rollo have big plans for that little treehouse. Yeah, it started getting crowded after we revoked the max capacity 1 Rollo, 1 Luca rule. So we decided to expand. But at least we got some help with that. How's the internship at Nellie and Ilona's shop going? It's been great. I'm hoping it helps me get into the School of Agriculture up at State. Also, Nellie said she'd write a letter of recommendation, which would be huge. I just can't help but worry about leaving Rollo. He's grown up so fast, but he's still my little brother. Yeah, he had a heck of a growth spurt. I don't just mean grow literally. This morning, he was up and finished his chores before I'd even had breakfast. Well, some of that might be his excitement about the treehouse renovations. Don't tell him this, because it'll go to his head, but I'm really proud of that little punk. I'm sure he feels the same way, but he's just too dang proud to tell you. I know. I thought I could interact with the sign. Hey Gus, how's the tree planting going? Oh, look at him, he's so happy! Couldn't be better. I'm so grateful to Ilona and Nellie for letting me help. I just wasn't built to be a mayor. Too much bureaucracy. Gus, we finished cleaning up the sidewalks. What's
when
next?
Perennial Harvest collapsed, most of the clipboards skipped town. But some stuck around and dedicated themselves to making things right.
Hey! Anyone with a knack for art can help paint the new offices. You can count on us. Well, it looks like you really found your calling. I never really felt comfortable telling people what to do. Now this right here. This is something I could be proud of. You can tell he's happy because he looks... Well, he was smiling. Every other time he looked bored out his mind. How's the napping this morning? The most underrated part of a good nap is the view. And the view's getting greener by every day. Nice. Oops. I see you decided on a name. Yep, we had to clear out all the old stuff before putting on the final touch. Slow and Dirty Harvest is now official. I like it. It was actually Nellie's idea. There's still a lot of work to do and the name serves as a reminder. Just because progress is important doesn't mean change should happen fast. In fact, I've learned that the more you care about something, the more important it is to take things slow. Our motto is, go slow and fix things. Amen to that. Am I able to go over here? I bet not dilly-dally. Oh man, I wanted to check out, like, the town hall and stuff. Luca, get this. I managed to reel in an actual fish this morning. Seriously? Yeah, and honest to goodness. Flip-flopping, swim-swamming, fish. I don't think I've ever caught an actual fish here. But been at least 7 years since I caught one. I'd say it's a good omen. What do you do with the fish? I release it back into the pond. I'm hoping to catch it again tomorrow. That's one way of doing it. What the hell? A little higher. A little lower. A little higher. Little higher. Little lower. I'm telling you. The angle isn't the issue. We need more power to the radio. Look, there you are. Would you tell him it's not the angle? Hey, I'm not in charge of antenna redesign. Fine, fine. Iggy, just don't do anything drastic until we get back. Who, me? Tish, you're in charge while I'm gone. Yep. It'll be fine, right? It'll be fine. If we really want mission control to turn into something bigger and better, we have to loosen our grip a bit. You're right. Either way, check in with Beck. I can't talk. Yeah, they'll be fine. Okay, so now we can go into the town square. Aha! I was going to say, because there's a bunch more people to talk to. The diner's open. I'm glad you swung by. More follow-up questions for your story? Nope, I got everything I need. Thanks again for that. I sent a draft of the story to a reporter in Capital City, and they offered me an internship. Of course they did, you're an amazing reporter. I don't know about all that. A story about a phony corporation that picked up an entire town of people and moved them to cover up a massive illegal mineshaft, full of incredibly hazardous chemicals. It sort of writes itself if you think about it. Just don't forget about us when you become a fancy big city reporter. Capital City isn't that far away. I'm going to have to come back from time to time to check in, and see what sort of new trouble you've gotten yourself into. Sorry to disappoint, but my adventuring days are over. We both know that's not true. What makes you say that? Call it a reporter's intuition. I wonder if I can still do the memory. I can, maybe.
Mrs. Fratelli glowed with a carefree smile.
Is that your suitcase? That is 2 weeks of unencumbered tranquility. Excuse me? Would you be so kind as to take my order? 2 weeks of sand, margaritas, and forgotten obligations. Excuse me. I'd love to place an order.
Mrs. Fratelli sighed with a zen-like calm.
Just as soon as the lunch rush ends. I'll be a feather on the wind. You're going on vacation? For the first time in years. And I've got you and your mum to thank. Why's that? She didn't tell you yet? You two are going to fill in for me at the diner while I'm gone. Just like old times. It's fine, I'll wait. Poor guy.
Luca squinted at the faded photo of him and his mom at the diner. Memories of that day came flooding back.
I just want to see if I can do the rest of these. Yeah, because there's more people here now. More people with orders. Good afternoon, Mr. Whatever it was. These allergies have been killing me. I've been able to smell anything all day. I almost sold Mrs. Hatch a gallon of spoiled milk this morning. Got anything to help clear out these darn sinuses? Whatever it takes, I just want to be able to smell again. Something to make him smell. Oh, I have a lot. Something to smell. A fish? Like a pungent fish? I don't know what would make him smell. A chili fish. I don't think that'll help. I call this one a cod for the common cold. Oh my, that's spicy and stinky. I'm sorry, I'll try again. No, don't you see what this means? I can smell again. Looks like your father isn't the only doctor in the family. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Hey, Mrs. Hatch, what can I get you? I'm not terribly hungry. Something snack-sized, if you would. Snack-sized. So, obviously, it's the candy. Oh! That would be snack-sized. I'm just going with, like, the smallest amount. I don't even know what that is. I call it the novella. Lovely. Perfect. I have a coupon here for 1 free burger. What'll it be? Well, I have a lot of mouths to feed. So give me the biggest burger you have. You must eat a lot, huh? You have no idea. Oh, and throw some lettuce on top. Well, I know what this one is. This one's the big stack. Yeah, they're like 6 burgers. With a teeny bit of lettuce. Mmm. That's a Scooby-Doo sandwich. I call it, the too much is never enough. This should keep them at bay. Thank you. Now we have these ones. If it isn't little Luca. Hey, Uncle Nunkreed. How come you haven't been around the house lately? Well, your dad and I had a little disagreement is all. How's he doing? Has he mentioned me? Not really, he's been busy lately. Sometimes he doesn't come home from work before bedtime. Is that so? Tell him I'm thinking of him. You seem sad. Nonsense. What can I get you for lunch? Fact of the matter is I don't have much of an appetite right now. You gotta eat. I'll make you something special. I'll cheer you up. What am I meant to make him? Just a regular... That's like a burnt burger. How about a regular burger? Beautiful. It's a burger with onions. I'm sorry, Luca. It seems I still can't muster much of an appetite. Hang on. I'll make something to cheer you up. What am I supposed to make? I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to make him. A burnt burger. Oh. The smiley face. I guess. I call it, the chair's looking at you, kid. One burger with a side of good vibes. Oh, look here, you sweet boy.
Reached down and patted Luca's shoulder with an enormous hand.
You got a lot of your daddy in you, don't you? I guess so. Run along, I'll do my best to clean my plate. Ah, there we go. This just in. Last chance diner overrun by gremlins. I'm not a gremlin, I'm Luca.
Mr. Wilder adjusted his monocle jokingly.
I stand corrected. In that case, would you believe I have a craving for a burger? You've come to the right place. Aha, a juicy burger topped with onion. That's what I just did for Nunkreed. What if I did a burnt burger? No, just a burger, an onion. Just onion and burger. Oops. There you go. I call it the Wilder. You know I love a good byline. Many thanks. Listen well, child. I'm only going to say this once. I require a well-done burger. Got it. When I say well done, I mean it. Well done, no problem. I fear you aren't grasping my request. I want the burger charred beyond recognition. I want it bitter and black. 1 burnt burger coming up. And top it with the most expensive thing you have. Expensive? I don't know what that would be. Do we have solid gold? Now, there's the incendiary burger. What's expensive? Oh, lavish. It's like caviar or some shit. There you go. May I present the row you burnt. I can hardly believe it. You've done well. Mrs. Fratelli had caviar stashed back there. Oh, that's what it was. Oh, the woman is full of surprises. Very good. This'll suffice. I did it. Alrighty, it looks like we've got everything we need. Let's get to feeding these folks. Oh, I've already fed everyone. You made all the food yourself? What on earth did you put on the burgers? I just used what was lying around. Oh dear, that can't be good. Thanks again, Luca. Best burger I ever ate. Surprisingly competent. Everyone seems happy. You really are a remarkable boy, aren't you? Yay! I did it! Nice. That was cool. I also noticed that when they show your mother in the memory, they don't show her face. I think because it would give away that Gren is actually your mother. What's today's news that needs knowing? I'll give you tomorrow's headline today. Our old friend Patrick C. Montesquieu, aka William Kerr, just performed a stirring rendition of The Iceman Cometh at the State Correctional Facility. I hear there wasn't a dry eye in the house. Well, I guess he has plenty of time to work on his craft. Oops. Young Mr. Van Horn. How's little Solomon, Sharper doing? Young Sharper seems to enjoy nature more than I. So we do a lot of strolling these days. Has he, attempted to crawl out of his crib and plot world domination? Yeah. Thankfully, no. I spoke at length with Dr. Moodwill, and she feels that Sharper's infant mind was not developed enough to retain his previous memories. For all intents and purposes, the child is unmoulded clay. Let's hope he's a little nicer the second time around. That is the objective, yes. But really all I can do is try and hope. 2 activities I am endeavouring to find less distasteful. Well, I think you're doing a great job. And the whole town is ready to help however we can. I can't wait to teach him how to throw a baseball.
Did her best to ignore the tears welling in her eyes.
That'd be acceptable. He looked to his friend with a thankful smile. After everything that could have gone wrong, everything that did go wrong, we made it. The end.
Closing her eyes, Miss Hatch took a deep, relaxing breath.
She finished the book. God, the music's awesome. Oh, hello, Luca. How are you? Really good, actually. That's wonderful. Did I miss anything? I think you're pretty much up to speed. Actually, was her book like the events of the game at that point? I never really paid much attention. Luca, do you want a biscotti? On the house. I don't really have time. Dario, you gotta come see this. I finally did it. I pulled the perfect espresso. Espresso. Oh, Lumi. If I didn't know better, I would think you're proud of something. As if I know. It's too late. You are now officially a person that cares. Oh no. Oh yeah. Still don't know who this is. Wow, back for seconds? If it's not too much trouble. For the longest time, I didn't understand the appeal of ice cream. It serves no purpose, other than to be briefly enjoyed and then it's gone. But it's pretty tasty while it lasts. I'm inclined to agree. That's just food, you dunce. Yeah, it's nice while you have it, but it don't last long. Hey Luca, can you tell Roxy I'll be free in an hour? Sure thing. My dad's making me stock the shelves for the summer. He said it builds character. I think he meant to say it builds calluses. Builds character. Yeah, it builds something, alright. Can I interest you in a delicious apple?
He playfully waggled an apple.
No thanks, just saying hello. Oh well, hello then. Mind telling your mom we need a new crate of jam? Already? It's funny, I used to hide this stuff in the bag. Terrified that someone would find out about our secret messages. Now everyone wants to get their hands on Eleanor Van Horn's famous spy jam. Can I still smack this? Oh my god, I can. Best part of the game right there. Oh, the museum's disappeared. Yeah, I've just noticed. This was an awesome game. Yeah, really cool. Whoa, look at all the bunnies. Oh, we do still have more people to talk to. Can't believe it's over. Yeah, the town's really starting to turn a new leaf. The town? I was talking about Hank Atomic. I just finished the latest issue. How was it? As great as always. Hank finally returned to Earth. But I just feel weird now. Weird can be cool. It just means you're ready for something new. Any suggestions? You could ask Miss Hatch about what she's always reading. She seems to really enjoy it. Huh, maybe I'll do that. Did you know?
The school year, Kato and Bert had become close friends.
But did you know that when they covered up the sauce, they found a new species of fungus? Yep, and they're studying it in the new labs. Did you know that? Beacon Pines is now the smallest town in the county. Yep, close to the population before Perennial Harvest moved in.
It typically went on like this for quite some time.
But did you know? Why yes, but did you know? Oop.
Luca peeked over Piper's shoulder. Laid stealthily inside a large volume of mathematics was the first issue of Hank Atomic.
Of course. Piper, are you reading Hank Atomic? Do you mind not telling anyone? I've kinda got a reputation to uphold. Oh, it's nothing to be ashamed of. Just about every kid in town reads Hank Atomic. Honestly, I'm excited for you. What I'd give to start over fresh. To experience it again for the first time. I guess that's the downside of finishing something nice. At least now I can enjoy it again through you. Promise to tell me about it as you go. Sure thing. Well, there we go. Yeah, I really enjoyed this. It was just quite a cool concept. How the story would change depending on the words you'd use. Granted, there was only really one path you could take, but still. Still very cool. Hey, Mr. Duncreed. I'm gonna go see my dad in a bit. Do you want to come with? Even after everything I did, you'd still...
shook his head.
You really are your father's son, aren't you? I don't think I'm ready for that yet. Well, you're always invited. I bet he'd love to hear from you. I'll visit Walt in my own time. You run along now. Is he giving a tour?
With perennial harvest gone, the transportation tubes were left unused.
Oh, it's Jeff's wild ride. I didn't even realise. Come one, come all. No one is too big, no one is too small. For Jeff's wild ride.
Maybe not completely unused.
They'll be used for something else. Entertainment. Just one piece of candy. For the ride of your life. Who's next? I made something of it. That's all that matters. Oh, it's Joey. Guess what? Yesterday, I saw a... I don't know what that is. A something titious. And that's good. It's great. I haven't spotted one of those in years. At this rate, Beacon Pines is going to become the book capital of the county. Hooray! That's awesome. Oh, there's Beck. I have news I think you'll enjoy. This morning, I unpacked my last box. You're officially moved in. It's just a box. Let's not blow this out of proportion. It sounds an awful lot like putting down roots. I guess I decided this place is root-worthy. You're going to be stuck with me for the foreseeable future. I do have to warn you, most years aren't going to be as interesting as this one. I think I'll manage. Ready? Before we go, there's a bit of a surprise. Wait, for both of us? Or was that something those two have been planning? My mom's prepared this tree especially for you. Oh, they didn't have to do that. It just wasn't them. It wasn't just them. Just about the whole town pitched in. We all owe you. You should do okay in the cold of old Beacon Pines, and thrive as things warm up. Perfect. When you're ready, take Jeff's wild ride to old Beacon Pines. Ah. Well, there we go. I've spoke to everybody, done everything. Ah, feels good. Ah, you got it. Now that's a good looking tree. Being a special occasion and whatnot, this rides on the house. You're gonna want to hang on tight to that little tree. Oh, there we go. Ugh.
I think this is it.
Yeah, this is the ending we were hoping for.
The end I've been waiting for. Honestly, I'd begun to lose hope of ever finding it. But then you came along. I don't know exactly how to thank you. It's hard to explain how much this means to me. It's funny, now that our time together is finally ending, I'm at a loss for words. Let's just watch the end together.
Done. A good little tree. The best little tree. Thank you, children. This means a lot. Yeah, thanks for everything. Shucks, I only did what any super awesome best buddy would have done. We should probably give you some time alone now. You good? Yeah, I am. It's been a wild year. How are you feeling? Everyone keeps asking me that. I'm fine, really. Pa always says the only thing fitter than a fiddle is a cello. I feel like a dang cello. Well, if you ever stop feeling like a cello, I'm here for you. I know, you don't even have to say it. You two make an awesome pair. Excuse me? We're a trio now. Yep. Thanks. There's just one thing missing now that you're part of the group. Missing? Let me tell you a little story about a man named Hank Atomic. Oh god. I won't be long. We'll be waiting for you back at the phone booth. I found the perfect way to start our summer. You've got some good friends. So proud of you. Your father would be so proud. I know. Can I ask you a question? Do you ever dream about Dad? No night goes by that I don't. Are you ever afraid that you're gonna forget him? Forget what he looked like? Forget his voice? No, because so much of him lives on in you. He loves that old tree. But I know he would have loved this one more. Because his two favourite people planted it. I'll give you two a moment. Hey Dad. Dr. Moodwell says that over the next few years this place should warm up. So you won't have to be so cold for much longer. I think I finally understand why you left that night. They were things you believed in. Big things. Those beliefs were the things that made you, you. If you wouldn't have stood up to Sharper, stood up for what you believed in, you wouldn't have been the same person anymore. You had to go, but that didn't mean you loved us any less. You might not visit as much as I might not visit as much as I used to. I know you understand. There it is. We closed the book. The story ended. There we go. Blow out the candle. It's over. That was incredible. It really was. It was so good. An intriguing story. Like so many different branching paths. Again, there was only really one path that you go down, but you had to experience all the others to actually get to the proper ending, which was nice. The art style was incredible. I just really enjoyed all of that. It was very good. And we got a good ending in the end. Yeah, a nice happy ending. Well, no, the game... Well, actually, the game was about as long as I thought it would be. Yeah, 6.5 hours-ish. I think I'm inching more towards 7, but... even still. Oh. I'm going to say I hope there's not too many Kickstarter people. I don't want to be sat on the credits for too long. I just want to see if there's anything after the credits. Like, I have a feeling there isn't, but you never know. See, that's how you do Kickstarter backers. Yeah, you just do smaller text and 5 rows, because it doesn't, well... No, I've said that. I was going to say, it shouldn't take that long to get through them, but I guess we'll see. I mean, we're on D already, and it's only been like 10 seconds. I still think the worst credit scene I ever encountered was Super Hot Mind Control Delete. And that's purely because it was literally like 6 hours worth of credits. It was insane. And I know because I think I ended up streaming that game for like 6 hours when I beat it, because I sat through the entirety of the credits. It was not worth it. Yeah, and the reason I sat through the credits on that is because I was like, what if there's something after it? As far as I was aware, there wasn't. I also don't think there'll be anything after this. But you never know. Yeah, I don't really have much else to say, to be fair. It's a really enjoyable game. Really nice art style, really cool characters. The characters were all just really well done. Especially the main three. So, Beck and Rolo. Well, Beck, Rolo, and Luca. They were all just weird and quirky in their own ways. In a good way, too. So good. Yeah. I guess so. This game was good, though. It very much was. There we go. There's all the Kickstarter backers. And now the game's in. Over. Oh, it just takes me to the title screen. Oh. What happens if I continue? Oh, it starts a new game. Maybe? Oh, no it doesn't. Oh, there we go. There's the full tree. Everything's done. What was that one? Oh yeah, the whole thing. It's quite strange, really. I mean, the game is only 6.5 hours. So, like, seeing that there's only, you know, like 10 choices doesn't make it seem like it'd be that long. But some were shorter than others. Fire and ice. Alright. Either way, that is going to be the end of Beacon Pines. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this adventure. And until next time, take care. And for those who stopped by the stream, thanks for stopping by. It's much appreciated. Have a good day, and I'll see you next stream.